to start one of these streams and I'm going to start in like the middle of a sentence and then people will be like, wow, Walker, you really could have used your millennial pause skills a little better there. But welcome back to We Play Games. I'm Walker and here we are with Age of Wonders 4 doing another one of our little streams here where we're going to be running into the Frozen Caldera. Now I do still want to do our Endless Space 2 like welcome to video stream thing tomorrow. So in the event that we are successful here with our new attempt with utilizing Primals in the Crimson Caldera, then expect us to maybe resume this campaign next week, or maybe if we are able to defeat Carissa and Sinren, then we can just kind of like wave our hands and say, here's what we're doing from here. Yo, what's up, Daedalus? All right, good. We're rolling. You don't see the text box here, do you? Like generally I try to filter that to the bottom in OBS to make sure that people aren't like being forced to watch the text pop up. But as I said, we are going to be doing some kind of video next week, and right now it looks like the video that's like people are leaning towards is a general build. And so with that in mind, I think we're going to start by just having a conversation at the beginning of this stream about how to build a faction in Age of Wonders 4. So when it comes to building a faction in Age of Wonders 4, I find myself like organizing a lot of things around having one central thesis. I think having like something that you can test and something you can experiment with, or something that you know that actually works particularly well and you understand the play pattern. But every build that you build is going to have like some kind of thesis to build around it in order for you to understand how it's going to function. What's up, Forray? So here, in this build, we're going to be trying to attempt to help the AI cast the Summon Primal Spirit spell more consistently. Like the previous build where we were running with the Glacial Mammoths into the Crimson Caldera, it performed really, really well in the manual battle, as you would like generally expect out of Primals, because we were able to actually cast the Summon Glacial Mammoth spell, unlike the AI who didn't cast it a single time in 6 rounds of combat. But there were things that we could do as a player to influence those sort of AI auto-resolve behaviors. This is something that I think that, like, generally it's easy to just sweep under the rug and say you should just specialize in things that the AI auto-resolve understands easily and just lean into those strengths at the beginning of the game, and then things that are powerful later, those can be things that are more complicated, especially in regards to PvP, because in PvP then you do your manual battles towards the end because you're fighting other people. And so that means that like the general understanding of the way technology works in Age of Wonders 4, especially in regards to multiplayer, but also auto-resolve, is that things that are like generically good in auto-resolve are generally better early, whereas the things that are better in manuals are better later. And summons are pretty like demonstrably and inarguably better in manuals than they are in autos. But there were things that we could do as a player to help the AI more. And so that's what we're doing here with this build. The first core thing that you can do to help your AI cast spells more consistently in combat is just have more mana and more mana income. There were multiple times there where we had like 5 mana and like 1 mana income playing with Glacial Mammoth, because Glacial Mammoth gives you enormous amounts of production, which is really, really good when it comes to, you know, building things out, but that doesn't really help you that much on the mana income side until you can divert production to working on you know, like the mana infrastructure, the mana obelisk and the shrine and whatnot, and that has an input cost in addition to the production on the gold side, and like that means that the mana here out of Glacial Mammoth is just a lot more expensive than the mana out of Storm Crow. Storm Crow has some issues in regards to all of the other primal animals, namely that it is a ranged unit and therefore has the same sort of problems that ranged units generally have in auto-resolve, that they are pretty easily countered, but hopefully if the AI understands how to use our summon spell proactively here, because we're going to be doing some other things to try to like make the AI focus on the summon spell, that the extra mana here from the Storm Crow will help our AI be proactive there. Our previous build was built to like try to juice out the power of the Ancestral Warden. The Ancestral Warden is a very powerful tier 3 when it comes to primals. So like here our thesis really is just like, how can we get the AI to cast the summon spell a lot? And if we can, how does it use it? That's what we want to test. And so like a lot of the things that we're doing here are going to be warped around that. Storm Crow is going to be giving us a lot of extra mana. We're not going to be trying to like lean too heavily into the Ancestral Warden. I think that the Ancestral Warden you don't really need to invest too much into in order for it to be good. This is just a great tier 3 unit that performs really well in basically all dimensions except potentially resistance. So that's like where we're going to start with our build. We're going to take resistant and elephant mounts. I think that generically elephant mounts are obviously like one of the better mount types when it comes to the game. Whether or not you have the points necessary to invest in playing with a mount type is kind of up to you in your build, but plus 15 hit points does interact really favorably with the way that Primals and, for that matter, Faith are going to try to interact with their units. A lot of the value that you get out of your support unit playing with Primal is that summon, but the ability to heal is also really crucial, and because it's such a big heal, having a larger HP pool to actually heal with temporary hit points is really good for combat and auto-resolves. And then resistant is just like generically useful across the board, very, very powerful, good with your heroes, good early on, does a lot of things very well. Primals, as I said, we're going to try to go with Storm Crow just so that way we can use a lot of mana, but it does have some other things that are going to be factoring into our economic growth here. All of these are going to have their own sort of terrain that spawn around them as favored terrain. Grasslands in particular are going to be giving us a favored terrain where we're going to see a lot more pastures early on. Therefore, we're going to actually have a lot more food early on. That can be a good thing on the current patch. Now there's like a lot better growth whenever it comes to utilizing food in early cities, and that means that because this is a primal and therefore we want to be able to utilize food in order to get more tiles of our favored terrain, Storm Crow can grow up pretty quickly on that dimension. And of course it also interacts favorably with just outposts, because Storm Crow, unlike Glacial Mammoth, this is a global economy, and so that actually can help you scale up pretty quickly as well on the mana side. The society traits, we're also going to do something different here. Rather than taking Reclaimers, and I think it was Hermit Kingdom, we're going to bring in Great Builders and Scions of Evil. I think that Scions of Evil is just generically a very powerful pick, but sometimes it is appropriate whenever you're designing your faction, if you're thinking about the map that you're going to be going into, to think about what sort of society traits are going to be really like useful there. And in the world that we're going into, the Crimson Caldera, where you're at war with like absolutely everybody, including all of the free cities, Scions of Evil is actually like pretty easy to get up to pure evil. It's not too difficult to find 1 or 2 free cities to just burn to the ground, because there are so many of them on this map. The map is huge. There are a lot of enemies for you to fight, and so the ability to get up to maximum evil is actually quite useful on Scions. But more critically, at the beginning of the game for the Primals, they have some issues where if you take mounts, then you really have a lot of problems with even low tier polearms. So like our protectors here would get mulched pretty hard by like tier 2 polearms and the like, and bringing in a 32 movement shock unit is not like a perfect answer to big polearms, but this is a much beefier frontline just by virtue of being able to start with a shock unit. And so you do want to take that into account whenever you're looking at, you know, what your build is. Like, do you actually get value out of which sort of starting bonus you have? Powerful Vokers is also just like generically useful if you think that you can keep your animists alive, but the animists do have some issues with their AI behaviors. I got to watch them take a bunch of damage in a melee auto resolve and then run away from their front line, which was like engaging with the melee, and try to outflank the guys who had been wailing on them and then just get mauled. So like I think really if you want to get value out of primals, you probably want to assume that your animists are not going to be the core of your army in auto-resolve, but rather as the way that most support units are, supporting. So Great Builders is just going to be generically helpful here because we are playing with Tome of Faith as our starting. We're taking Tome of Faith as our starting, which I really briefly considered beginning the stream as just like how to choose your tier 1 tome, because this is a very, very weird one to be trying to experiment with here, but we're going to try it for a very specific reason. So a lot of the other tomes, whenever it comes to the game, and I do wish that they would update the UI for this, when you choose them as your first first tome, you always have like one fixed spell that you're going to start with unlocked. You're going to start with, like, for instance, on Tome of Zeal, you start with the Summon Zealot unlocked. That means that if you want to try to like limit the number of tactical spells that your AI has access to, that starting with Tome of Zeal is actually like a very, very good option for you. It actually, if this is like pseudo workable as a build, it probably is better to start with Tome of Zeal over Tome of Faith, but I just want to experiment with Tome of Faith and see if we get anything done here. But for both of these tomes, you're not starting with a tactical spell, which means that the only tactical spell that you're going to start with initially researched is going to be that from your cultural tome. That's another like important part of the research for basically everybody at the beginning of the game, is that you start with your cultural tactical spell unlocked, so that way in the event that your tome doesn't start you with a tactical spell, you're not like way up Schitt's Creek. But most of them will start you with a tactical spell, like Tome of Necromancy, for instance, would start you with Necrotize. But because Tome of Faith doesn't specifically start you with your tactical spell unlocked, for whatever reason, and this is something that I discovered today and like pinged Cody about, for some reason you can sometimes start with Army Heal unlocked, and sometimes you can start with Wrath of the Faithful unlocked. I think that might be a bug, because like I think it's supposed to just be Army Heal unlocking consistently with Tome of Faith, but I think you could go with basically either one of these, and then that would give you a way to limit the competition with your summon spell. Because one of the other things that like went pretty badly for us in our last glacial mammoth run through is that the AI did actually cast spells, but because we researched like 4 or 5 tactical spells by the time we fought Sinrin, the autoresolve wasn't really sure like which spell it wanted to cast, so it cast like the mark spell, it cast the strengthen all of your cavalry and animal spell, it cast I think like another heal spell, but it didn't cast the summon, which is like the real juice when it comes to the primal in early game fights. So starting with Tome of Faith here gives us a way to potentially not start with a tactical spell. That would be really helpful, and critically it's also going to start us with an SPI. I think you can do the same thing with just like starting with Tome of Zeal, and we are going to be picking that up as our second tome. But I want to also lean into the strength of the Storm Crow here. Storm Crow does deal lightning damage, and as we highlighted when we were talking about the dragon rulers, lightning damage is just fantastic against low tier like infestations and gold wonder or in bronze ancient wonders and the like. And so it's actually really easy to get those fights lined up, assuming that they spawn close enough to you. And then having just the ability to pop in an army heal can actually make it so that you can take a Bronze Wonder fight very, very early with Tome of Faith and Primal Storm Crow, assuming you see something that is weak to lightning damage. And that's, I think, a meaningful reason to try to just be experimenting with Tome of Faith. If we discover later that, you know, it's not worth it and you just start with Tome of Zeal, don't be surprised. But we are not going to play with the crowbow today, both so that way we don't have to complain about the crowbow ever again in this run, but also just because I do generically like Hunter's Crossbow. This one is like the banner for what the crowbow originally was, but you start with a crossbow and a Giant Slayer pick here. And the Giant Slayer pick, of course, you can like make this entirely obsolete by just playing with a polearm. We might do something with Veteran's Pike in the future, because I think that's pretty fun. But here we're running with a Hunter's Crossbow, primarily just so we have the Giant Slayer ability for any sort of like early game astral clearing, right? That is a very powerful pick when it comes to fighting in Ancient Wonders. Plus 40% damage to large targets when you're pretty likely to find one is pretty nice. And then, you know, if we have to just use the Goddard Sword and Shield on a Wizard King, that's not a disaster. You get spirit damage on that. So it's sort of like starting with like a tier 1 magical weapon, because you get the 3 spirit. So this is going to be our build for today, and as I said, we're probably going to just run this through to Sinrin and oh wait, I don't think we changed anything. Did I change anything? Chat, did I change anything? I don't think I changed anything. But we're gonna try to run this into Sinrin and Carissa, and then we'll see where we are by the end of this. We might continue this next week. I really do want to do Endless Space 2. I think it's really fun, and I want to make sure that like the music is coming through correctly, because my OBS is like basically always off. It's the way of things here on the channel. Walker's just terrible with audio. All right. So here we are, going into the Crimson Caldera. Now, as I mentioned, I think, broadly speaking, the best faction for the Crimson Caldera is Industrious, just because, like, there's so many mountains, and then, I think, right behind is Barbarians. But this should be an opportunity for us to just get tons and tons of mana here. It's a really big map, and therefore there's going to be lots of areas for us to terraform into, and, crucially, the grasslands racial boon is really strong. You move super fast on grasslands, and combined with our optional mounts, we should have way faster movement around here. So unfortunately, we rolled badly on our faith. We did get Wrath of the Faithful as a starting pick rather than the army heal, which is a kind of a disaster. But we're not going to re-roll. Like that's a coward's way out. We'll just die and then complain about it, and then in 2.5 hours we'll come back with an army heal starting roll. But this is not even a bad start for us in terms of the Bronze Ancient Wonders near us. This is actually really good in terms of the value that you get to see right away, and that's like kind of why I think unless you're challenging yourself to specifically not take the see the map ability, I think it is probably the best thing that you can do here. It's really good in terms of value. So we know we have a Howling Castle that we can clear. This should be something this is the one with like a level 1 hero and a tier 3 the knight, I think. So this one is a little harder actually, but I think the Dark Lair is the one with just serpents, and so that could be an issue if we are running into lightning serpents. So we might want to get signature skill online first, but there's a brigand camp right here, so getting a signature skill online actually might be in the cards. So let's move around with our scout. So we've got 40 movement here. I think we can bang over here, grab that, and here you can see right away the power of the grassland extra movement bonus. We're able to get basically everywhere for 4 movement points. It's actually faster to move on the grass than it is to move on the roads, but that's okay. I think here, so we see again more lightning damage. This is the sort of stuff that you typically want to put off if you're going to be playing as the Storm Crows, and would be actually a great opportunity for Mammoth to show off their strength. But that's okay, because I think we can still take out these slithers and potentially even this little stack here, because this stack here you see Sun Priest, Chaplain, and a Zealot. So this is still 16 experience points, which is what we need in order to hit our level 2 on our hero. So we're going to go in here and we're going to unequip the crossbow. I think against some people it is appropriate to bring the crossbow in, but I think most of the time you don't need it. And here I'm going to take our Primal Darter and probably just send it out east, because I really do think that it is as appropriately identified. It's effectively just a scout in terms of its combat ability. But that's okay, because we did take Scions of Evil, which means that we still have 4 units for this fight, which is our minimum, and then we will be able to get a level here. So let's go ahead and send a Protector in. Yeah, let's go ahead and send a Protector in. Oh. I got cookies for my birthday, but I'm fighting with the cats for them right now. All right, so let's go ahead and watch this combat. Just so that way, in the event that we go berserk and like slaughter our own units, that we can watch it in live commentary mode. But this should be a pretty easy fight. If it wasn't for the Domain of Mayhem, then this would be like borderline free, because you can see that we have like two different support units on this side. The 2 different support units means that the enemy is going to have some serious problems in regards to just like actually doing damage here. Support units, very easy to bully with melee. And guess what? We have some melee. Okay, so everybody got into range anyway, so now the Berserk just doesn't matter, because Berserk will preferentially attack enemy units if they're standing nearby. That's another case where like movement in a meta perspective is actually a little bit better on this map than like not movement. So that makes mounts and athletics and stuff like that, I think, just generically a lot stronger here. Because if you can move 40 tile or 40 movement speed rather than 32, then you're going to be able to cross an extra space. So then you're not going to be going berserk and attacking your own friends as often. If you're within range to attack an enemy, the AI will try to. Okay, good. Looks like the auto-resolve agreed with our assessment that this should be a pretty easy fight. And now we actually have some options in regards to who we bring and where, because we'll... Oh, yes, good. So we picked up a Bone Wyvern. So now the large creature cages are not giving you access to tier 3 units. I think that's mostly good. The tier 3 unit out of a large creature cage at the beginning of the game was A, incredibly broken, and B, sometimes caused your economy to collapse in hilarious and bad ways. So I'm happy to actually see that one gone. But this does mean that now we have a blight resistance. And of course, as we identified over here, there are 4 slithers right here on top of this iron deposit. So let's go ahead and take a fight. And I think we're going to leave that other protector out, given that it did take a little bit of damage. I think we want to position ourselves to be able to go grab that brigand camp after these fights here. Ooh, maybe fights plural, because I see another group of ranged units here that might be in a lot of trouble. Can anybody reach them this turn? No one can reach them this turn, so we don't have to necessarily prioritize that as an outcome. So let's just go here and take this fight and see how much HP we have left on everybody. Given that it is a bunch of slithers, I think the AI should have a pretty easy fight here. But you know what? Let's watch it again. Let's see how the auto-resolve handles it. Every single time we've got something that's like a little sketchy, and this one is like a little sketchy because we are starting with Tome of Faith, which don't try that at home, kids. It's generally not very good. If you're gonna use Tome of Faith, use it as your second. But here it might do what we're looking for. It might do what we're looking for. Great. The elemental resistance already coming in clutch. This is another one of the fights that can spawn on the grassland that can make poisonous particularly useful. So if you're considering like ways to actually like really juice the starting position for Storm Crow, then I think actually looking into poisonous isn't unreasonable. I feel like most of the time you want resistant instead, and you can take both, but then you can't be on elephants, and I think elephants are cool. I think the pseudo tenacious ability is just really good. The fact that we only have 2 units in this model is really nice. Alright, so if we lose the Bone Wyvern, then we just traded the large creature cage for a second fight on turn 1, which isn't perfect, but that's not the end of the world either. Like, we were going to have absolutely no undead economic scaling there, and as long as our hero isn't, like, in catastrophically bad HP at the end of this fight, which it looks like it won't be, we can just bounce back into our own territory at the end of the fight, heal, and then we take advantage of, like, you know, the way that combat works in Age of Wonders 4. Being able to break units off and send them in is really good. Yeah, we should be able to get there on healing in friendly terrain and then having access to one animist here. Yep. Unfortunately, we're not going to get enough to level up, but that's okay. That is okay. Yeah, so now the Protector will be at full, and we'll be at 46 plus 30 off of Spiritual Healing, so we're at 76 HP for our next fight. That is plenty. That is plenty. And we'll take Crow Primal Communion. Should have taken it before that fight, but it would not have impacted the outcome in terms of HP for us. And we can take advantage of the fact that we have this massive amount of extra production off of the iron deposit. So here, I'm going to go ahead and start us on a Protector. I think that just having a little bit of extra frontline is almost always a good thing for you. But we are going to start with a Storehouse. I think generically the power here for Primals is going to be, if we can get into... yeah, so unfortunately we did not start with Army Heal. We started with Wrath. That's awful. But let's actually figure out if we're gonna find the mana to be able to use Army Heal, because there's mana here and here, but right now this is being guarded by lightning resistance, so that doesn't look particularly gettable. So I think right now we actually don't see anything that makes me feel confident we're gonna be able to use Army Heal. And we're right now far enough away that I don't think we're going to be able to produce an Animist in the near to immediate future, and I'd like to get a Chaplain online. A Chaplain is a really powerful tool in terms of fighting undead, so if we had a Chaplain to fight this Bone Wyvern, that would be fantastic. But Chaplains are also just, like, great whenever they're interacting with heroes, and right now we don't really have anything that, like, gets us extra hero economy beyond just having access to elephant mounts, I guess. So I don't hate that. I don't hate the Chaplain. It doesn't give us a mounted support, and that is, I think, the biggest thing against it, but that's not the end of the world. Are we gonna try to have these guys just fight the Brigand camp next turn and skip around the Bone Wyverns and save those for the Chaplain? That seems kind of greedy. But the Brigand camp looks a lot weaker than the Bone Wyvern, and that is promising. So we actually might do that. Let's see where we are at the end of the next turn. We don't have enough mana to start casting anything. We don't have anything to cast anyway, so I guess that's a good enough reason to save your mana, and that will hopefully be helpful once we hit the point where we actually have the summon. So yeah, that looks like it for the turn. So who is going to be in range? If the Protector can't reach the Brigand camp, then I'm okay just engaging with the Primal Darter. It's a little bit of wasted experience points, but considering that we're already pretty close to level 3, I don't care that much. Yep, it looks like the Protector is going to be out of range, so that is not an option here. Wait a second. Did we start with 2 Protectors? Oh man, we got a really bad roll here, because sometimes you can also get, or actually usually you get a Primal Charger instead of the Protector here, but we got a really bad roll here for our attempt to redeem via Faith. That's okay. It's not awful on the overmap side. The fact that we have 3 Bronze Ancient Wonders here actually is really, really good. If we can just take advantage of that and clear them in the right order. Oh, there's a 4th right there. Yeah, that's fantastic actually. So the starting resource roll was pretty miserable, but the rest of this roll here actually looks really promising. Let's see. So let's go ahead and take this as our tile. This is going to give us access to even more gold, which isn't necessarily crucial, but will push us closer to the Brigand camp, which means that now we're going to be able to continue to move through friendly terrain a little bit faster. And hopefully that means that we don't actually need to bring the 4th Protector to this fight. Does that make sense? We're going to be fighting against Dusk Hunter, Pursuer, and a Night Guard. Yeah, this game is like Warcraft Civ. This is Age of Wonders 4 is really like a war game dressed up as a 4X more than it is an actual genuine 4X. But I think that's fine. I think that's actually cool. I think that's fun. Here we are going to specifically unequip the Elephant Mount just so that we have something that can rumble with a Night Guard in melee in the event that it comes down to it. But I don't think we need to bring everyone else to this fight. I feel like we have an advantage here in terms of numbers, and we're gonna put mana on for this fight. So let's go ahead and just watch this with our mana on. But yeah, it's a lot like a Warcraft 4X, because it is specifically a lot about like creeping and farming the map, because a lot of your economy comes from military conquest rather than just from like building stuff in your cities, the way that Civilization and Humankind and for that matter Endless Space 2, like a lot of the different economies that you can see in Age of Wonders 4 should remind you of the economies in Warcraft, because I think they definitely have similar feel. Okay, so yes, the Rising Fury is going to work there, and hopefully the fact that we now have no go to the polearm. Protect your friends. Do your thing. All right. Well, at least we didn't take the extra damage for being mounted there, so that actually was probably still a useful save for us. Yeah, we should be able to finish most of those models off here. Is there gonna be 1 left? 2. Yeah. All right. That's fine. So our hero again is gonna need to go back and get a little bit of TLC. But the fact that we have supports keeping us moving is important. This is just where army heal would be so goddamn nice. Oh man. That's okay. Let's go back and heal here, because now we at least do have access to a really powerful ranged attack, and this is one that I'm happy to throw on this hero because it basically costs us nothing. A Wand of Lightning Strike gives, with the Giant Slayer ability, we should have a very easy time clearing some of these very low tier Bronze Wonders now. So let's see. Is it better for us to try to immediately go to these two, or so what are we actually getting in terms of resources? We're getting knowledge, we're getting mana, we're getting morale or stability, probably morale, yeah, and then a mana. All right, so I think actually going here to the Howling Castle first would be optimal if we could win that fight. I'm not convinced we'll be able to, but we can use the Primal Darter to scout a little bit more and then still be able to redeploy it, and then everybody else can just start walking down here to see what this creature cage gets us, and if there's anybody else that we can discover under the fog to fight along the way. I'd prefer it if we were level 4. I would prefer it if we were level 4. But I don't know if that's something we have the movement for, unfortunately, here. And we could have also dropped an outpost out here just for movement and healing purposes, and to deny anybody else from dropping something that close to High Roost. But I don't think we need anything claiming this land, because this looks incredibly low quality right now. Like, the Golden Lair is really good once you can clear it, but, like, that's not a priority right now. We got way bigger fish to fry. And part of that way bigger fish to fry might actually just genuinely be taking Restore here. If that's going to provoke our hero to just, like, spend more time healing themselves, I do not hate that. Alright, so have our Protector go start our Storm Crow quest. So now, I guess we're going to be at full HP in 2 turns anyway, so go ahead and just move the Protector out to go grab that. I guess we do need to take one more fight, probably, because I think that if we try to take this this Howling Castle without access to a full 6 and a signature skill, if we are fighting a knight in there, we're gonna regret it. So what can we do to help out on that side? Well, we could buy a gold vein, actually. So we could, for 86 gold, we get a Protector here, and now the Protector can go stand next to that gold vein, and now we can fight it next turn with very minimal movement investment off of the guys that we currently have. I think that's probably worth it. We're gonna get basically net neutral on the gold for that fight, but because it's gonna get us some experience points, hopefully it's worth it. Because if we can get level 4 by just clearing map stuff, that would be really, really crucial. Really, really crucial. All right, so we got another Protector here. You guys just hang out, just chill. Don't get killed. That's your job right now, hero. That is your job right now. But if we can get that research, it would be really great, because we want to get out of Tome of Faith and into Tome of Zeal, which is going to be our next one ASAP. Because what we're going to do here is going to be really, really different. We're going to go like big time order with this primal build. I think generally order is like best with Mire Crocodile if you're trying to use primals, but I don't hate it here on Storm Crow, just because it does give you access to like a lot of different tools for survivability, as well as a lot of tools for military stuff. The tomes are really good. The Empire skills are pretty anemic, but that's okay. Like, not everything in a build, I think, has to be good in order for the build to be worth investigating. So we could just like raw build a Stone Steely without boost, but I don't like that. So I think we're just gonna go in on Arcane Institute to just chew through our research as quickly as we can, and we'll pick up the quarry next turn. Yeah, it does look like next turn. Good. All right, so who can participate in this fight? Let's throw your mount back on. Pardon me, just drinking some coffee here. Yeah, this looks like a perfectly reasonable fight, because we're going to get a Restore and an Animist Heal on us on turn 1. In fact, you know what? Actually, we have nothing to cast. We have nothing to spend mana on other than combat, so I guess you get the mana either way here. Because we didn't get army heal. Arcfire Halberd. All right, that's not bad actually. An Arcfire Halberd means that if we identify that there's someone who's like specifically elementally weak to those things, then we have a big out. All right, let's bring Gloriana. Let's bring this little archer guy back. And I see here a unit that's going to get destroyed by a Storm Scale Serpent. So Lesser Tide Spirit is not going in on that fight. Do we have the tools necessary to fight these Storm Scale Serpents? If we'd started with a charger, I think we definitely could, but without the charger, I think we might want to instead just break these guys off and go take a turn to heal a little bit, and then maybe we take maybe we take a fight activating with a scout just for movement purposes. That's so miserable though. Maybe you just fight the Bone Wyverns without access to Chaplain. That's probably better. In fact, I'm going to say that's definitely better, because Bone Wyvern is at least going to be a large target for us, and so that means we're going to have access to the giant damage bonus here on our ruler, and of course we do also have spirit damage on our Gaudier sword, and we have the access to a Wand of Lightning Strike, so we have some ranged tools to potentially bully the big Bone Wyvern daddy over there. So yeah, let's just take that, and that will hit us up to level 4, because that's going to be another 16. So as long as we can take that fight without losing anyone, then we should be prepared to take Howling Castle. And then we're just going to have some, like, overflow in terms of Imperium, because we're not going to have anything that's really great for this city to do other than just, like, get jammed down here to grab Bronze Ancient Wonders. But I guess, you know, having one city exploiting 2 Bronze Ancient Wonders for you, if we can get them both, is not a particularly bad fail case. That is not a particularly bad fail case. All right, so here we do have another infestation. So that means anything that's under this is going to start not with defense, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it spawned any really good resources for us, and it doesn't look like it extends underground. But it is the very beginning of the game, so it is going to be in deep sleep, even here on hard. So we can probably see what's going on down here in the underground with the scout. Generally, I don't like the underground, but there, I think, are some important things that you need to understand down there, like the magic materials. Don't skip out on those. Those are really important. Should we try to get the Lesser Tide Spirit in on this fight? Maybe, actually. I'm not convinced we're gonna go the distance with a Tide Spirit. They're just like pretty fragile units because they aren't shield units and blah 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 blah. But in the event that we can get the ball rolling, I think this is a pretty reasonable fight to do it in. And if it survives, the fact that this adds wet is going to be really good for our lightning strike. So yeah, I think I like that. Is there anything we want to be looking for here? The other thing is that we really are going to have some overflow on our Imperium, because our build is just like already rainbow. If you're going to be starting or utilizing order pretty effectively like all game, then that's not the end of the world. But I would not start with order unless you're interested in using the later order tomes, because you don't get the same sort of scaling in your empire development tree that you do off of some of the other affinities like Astral and Shadow and Materium. Those ones are pretty good. Yeah, as I said, I think we want to take this quarry just to push through the Arcane Institute to get more knowledge done ASAP. Now it's down to 3 turns, so we could even potentially buy that out in 230, but we should be able to get some more production here because of the production bonus under the Bone Wyverns. So let's see how close we are actually after that fight. Let's bring you guys here. Should we try to take this with just... No, I think I'm going to take bring a 5th unit into this fight, simply because I know we're going to hit level 4 either way, and if we can preserve the Lesser Tide Spirit, I actually would prefer to do that. Unfortunately, the only other unit that we currently have that we could bring in would be this Primal Darter, because I don't think this elephant is within range. No, it's not within range, but that's okay. I don't hate getting a little bit of extra experience points on one Primal Darter. So let's go with this. Yo, what's up, Baddock? How's it going, man? So we're trying here a very weird build. We are trying to see what we can do to encourage the AI to use the summon spell for primals way more consistently in auto combat. The best way that you can influence that is to deny access to other tactical spells. Unfortunately, here with Tome of Faith, we did roll into the Wrath rather than Army Heal. So if that is a bug, then rip. But I think overall, like, Tome of Faith is interesting to test out at the very least. So I'm happy giving it a go here. But Tome of Zeal is consistently not starting you with a tactical spell, and that is a powerful thing whenever it comes to making your AI cast the summons. So here we do now have access to a signature skill. Yeah, we could do some mod showcases at some point, Baddock. I think it would probably be something where, like, we'd probably just put it to vote. Like, here are a couple of different options. Vote for whichever one you think is gonna be the most fun. So I assume that we are gonna be fighting the Howling Castle first. The Howling Castle is going to be Baddock, confirm this for me, but I'm pretty sure Howling Castle is the one that's guarded with a level 1 hero and a knight and then some stuff, right? That is what I remember. And so given that, we might actually end up swapping into the Arcfire Halberd whenever we get into the fight, because the Giant Slayer bonus does not apply against Cav. It's only against large targets. So Gloriana could get some pickup there, and then some extra damage on Mana Unchained. We might consider Mass Rejuvenation or Dark Ritual, or even Summon Elemental, actually. Summon Elemental could be pretty solid, just to give us extra Materium faster. So yeah, let's do that. I don't hate it. And now we have some choices. I could take Sprint, but I think I want to get us moving further down the support line. To support what, Walker? You don't have any units. You can't take support abilities when you don't have any units. I mean, you can, but it won't do anything. I'm going to take Sprint. I think generally Sprint is not, like, the best in autoresolve, but I don't think it's untenable, especially if you're going to be using a polearm. And I think that if I'm remembering that Bronze Ancient Wonder correctly, then we are actually going to use the Arcfire Halberd there. And then having a little bit of extra movement is actually really good. You rarely see this wonder. It has the most adventure sets as far as you know. Oh, Baddock, have you given any more thought into, like, making an inn or something like that for the skirmish mod, so we can recruit fairies into our fight? Because that's what I want to have. I want to have fairies. So we're not going to be able to fight the Howling Castle on turn 5. We'll be able to do it on turn 6, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be able to do it on turn 6, so there's not really any point in me buy-rushing the Protector here, but we do have enough gold now to buy-rush the Arcane Institute, and I actually think that's fine, because we do want to just, like, keep churning through this research as quickly as we can, and I'm going to grab a Shrine, just so that way we can actually help cast spells once we hit the point where we can start doing that, and this actually lines up pretty well, too, because the Chaplain is going to come online at the same time as the Protector, so, yeah, I like that. And then we can even work in a blacksmith if we want to. Although we're probably going to want to pick up the transformation thing sooner rather than later, just so we can start getting all of this ashland out of the way. It doesn't even matter if we're, like, not immediately being pressured to take these tiles, because, you know, like, these tiles are a lot better. Transforming them into grass is going to be good, because it helps us move faster. Because the grassland boon is just 4 movement points per tile is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Alright, so our ruler, I guess, is going to pop forward and grab this as an outpost. Those guys aren't even in range to get into the Howling Castle next turn. So, oh. Ugh. Bleh. All right, let's confirm what we're actually seeing here. I think that this is going to be that. Oh no, it's an Astral Siphoner. Well, that is the best news that we're going to see all day. So we don't have any mana to use against the Astral Siphoner, but now, instead of being afraid of a bunch of knights and like high and potentially a lot of damage there, we're going to be fighting against units that are weak to lightning damage. So all right, cool. That is what we're looking for when it comes to utilizing Storm Crow. So let's get anybody we can down there and just take the fight on turn 6, no matter who's actually in the vicinity. I guess that means that the Animist has to come forward, and this gold is going to not be fully healed, but that's okay. It's going to be close enough. We could potentially bring the Lesser Tide Spirit. There's a lot of lightning damage in the Howling Castle, and therefore the Tide Spirit might just be serving as bait, and then just like get clowned on by the Astral Siphoners until it dies. But honestly, I think that's probably okay. We don't have anything else that like interacts really favorably with the Tide Spirit, so if we sack that for a Bronze Ancient Wonder, I won't be too sad. And yeah, it looks like that other protector is just going to need to heal. Okay, cool. So we do have a stack together down there, and I don't actually think we need to switch into the Arcfire Halberd, although the extra lightning damage could be helpful against ethereals. Yeah, all right, Walker, you convinced me. Even though there's no like, there's nothing except for the elemental damage there. The elemental damage is pretty good. All right, so we got the chaplain, so now we can start working on that. And we didn't find the army heal, which is actually really good at this phase. Just so that we can replenish our forces immediately after a Bronze Ancient Wonder fight. So yeah, I will actually roll for it. All right, good. We got an army heal, and then we'll probably lock in Staves of Mending. Yeah, and then we'll lock in Staves, but we don't need to lock Staves immediately. We can wait until next turn, I think, to see what our mana and research looks like. This guy is still just like checking what's down here, but it looks like there's nothing. So let's go back up to the surface and get closer and closer to Carissa. The way you do. And it looks like there's some gold and some mana here that could be pretty critical. Because if we can buy rush anything next turn, or no, not next turn, we'll wanna probably just overspend in terms of gold, and maybe we're gonna take a granary actually before a blacksmith. I don't know. We'll play that one by ear. We'll see what next turn looks like. Because getting a blacksmith online to help the chaplain actually could be pretty good. Yeah, that could be pretty good. All right, pass the turn. Get it out of here, Walker. Oh, you know, there is another option here for our use of Imperium. If I remembered this last turn, I think we actually, because we started with Silence of Evil, we actually did have enough Imperium to recruit a hero last turn, so that we can have 2 heroes for the Howling Castle fight. I think that accurately describes what we could have done but didn't do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right, but that's okay. I think saving the Imperium to get this extra city down early is actually really important for us. If we're gonna scale up our draft in any reasonable speed, you gotta get a second city online. All right, this looks like a big enough army. The game thinks this is a risky battle still, though. Well, that is interesting. Why does the game think this is going to be a risky battle? It's probably because of the Flow Serpent ability to pop in and shred some units. But you know, let's see if there isn't anything that I forgot to equip or like activate here. I mean, like, we are going to have some issues if the AI does not correctly identify that it should use Summon Elemental. And I think that is an appropriate thing to be aware of in this fight. But you know, if it uses the Summon Elemental, I think we're probably going to be good. So let's go ahead and let's see what the AI does, how it actualizes this risky battle. Because I do suspect that in the event that we can just get that stupid thing down, and get a summon on the board, that our elemental damage the vulnerability on everything on this side is going to make this fight a lot easier. At least hopefully. Hopefully. Alright. Alright, AI. What do you got? What do you got for us? Yeah, you do need a Hound Windslave for the Comprehensive Ancient Wonder Glossary. Like, we need to know how every single Ancient Wonder works in excruciating detail. Okay, great. The AI did successfully identify that it needed to use a summon there, so that should be a pretty big deal for us. The Refuged isn't perfect, but hey, at least the protectors that are going in here are not super important to our win percentage. If they die, they die. The thing that needs to make it through this fight is our hero and the Animist, hopefully, as well. Although the fact that we are working on chaplains now it makes it a little less spooky. Okay, so Refuged does not save you when you die in one hit. That's pretty important. Getting Astral Membrane owned over and over again. Oh my god, that is the scary thing to bring protectors in against a bunch of Astral Siphoners. They do stun you pretty hardcore, but it looks like they're not going to have the power to stand up to the Stone Spirit here. Yeah. Oh no! Stunned! Stunned again. Yep, there it is. Stunned over and over and over again. Very good against low tier units. I don't know if you want to like specialize in trying to use Astral Siphoners, considering that they are just very difficult to get. But it looks like they are going to pick off our Animist here, which is going to be pretty annoying. Thank goodness we do have the Chaplain already under production. But there's just, unless the, yeah, no, it's gonna go for the Animist. Yeah, I'm gonna say, unless the Siphoner just decides to be friendly here, I don't see any way the Animist makes it out of this fight. So we lost a Protector in the Animist. We've got another Protector on hand and the Chaplain on the way. So I think we're just gonna rotate over to see how close we can get on that second Bronze Ancient Wonder. Because if you start close to both of those, you probably want to try to use them. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh no! Are they gonna get the Tide Spirit as well? Like that was a known possible casualty here, but it looked like the fight was over. Nope. It looks like the AI is gonna take the kill there. So we actually did lose 3. So now we need to get another unit from somewhere. Well, that's a little annoying, but I think we can fix that up in pretty quick time here, because we do have access to a bunch of gold. Or a Storm Orb. A Storm Orb is not great when your front line is kind of lacking, but this is a lot of damage when it comes to just dealing lightning damage. You know what? All right, sure. I'll take a Storm Orb. We have access to an elephant mount that interacts favorably with having access to something that you can use on a mount. Look at that. A thing of glory, Gloriana is. All right, so let's see what we can do to replenish things. I think given that we lost those units, we do need to go into blacksmith here, and then we'll grab probably this is our next quarry for the boost. Yeah, that looks about right. Let's go grab some mana, and it looks like, yeah, we can get the watchtower and keep an eye on things down on the ground. And it looks like this outpost will be online next turn. We don't have access to the different boosts to actually make the outpost like hyper powerful. But I'm just gonna go ahead and just turn it into a city immediately, so that way we can start working on the picking up the Howling Castle ASAP. Yeah, Protector, you heal for one more turn, and you guys heal, and now possibly we'll be able to take this fight. So we're currently level 4. Let's see, found a City of Brutes. How close are we to recruiting you? Next turn we can add another hero. And we don't have Materium 1, so we can't drop in another outpost for like really good movement value. Like we could add this one, but it would be literally just one tile. So that doesn't look like it's worth 50 gold to me. Given that probably everybody else, every other movement here out of this outpost is going to be this way. Yeah, you know what? This is fine. Let's just get close to the Dark Lair. I think we can get there this way, and then yeah, go ahead and grab that quarry as we discussed, so that way we get the boost on the blacksmith. And now it's 78 gold to buy rush that chaplain, and then we'll drop in another protector, and then we might just take this fight, yeah, in 2 turns. Looks like that's where those guys are going to go for movement speed. So that means, given that that is 2 turns out, I think we can go over here and clear out these storm serpents. We're going to need to switch out of the storm orb and just back to a regular sword and board to fight against these guys because of their massive lightning resistance. But I think that's probably okay. We're going to work on an army heal just in case. Holding one of those up costs us basically nothing. And new research. So we need 2 more things. We're going to take Crow. Oh, and it looks like one of these pickups over here, the gold, is missing. So that means that Carissa has come through this area. I don't know if we want to immediately send our scout in to die to Carissa, considering that it actually could be useful for our economy, for the scout to like maybe pillage Urwell or something like that. There's always gold to be made off of a free city that doesn't know who's really in charge around here. So yeah, I guess we're gonna do that, and then we'll probably just buy rush this protector next turn to start that fight for us, and then these guys can bounce back down to the Dark Lair. Does that make sense, Walker? I guess that makes sense, Walker. I mean, like, we want to get these Ancient Wonders online basically as quickly as we can, because the sooner that we have them connected to something, the sooner that we can use them for just the enormous amount of economy that they give you, but also just the extra Imperium is huge. Getting extra cities quicker, or whatever, is more quickly. Yeah, more quickly. Even just getting extra cities more quickly, that's a big deal. I guess this hero can actually push forward, so that way if we want to drop another outpost here, I don't hate that for another city, honestly, because there's a Crystal Thicket and the Tranquility Pool. So yeah, actually this looks like another good city here. Maybe we take the Dark Lair later then. I mean, it'll always be there. We'll always have Cancun. We'll always have Cancun. That is important to keep in mind in regards to that Dark Lair there. Let's see what's actually under the fog out here. If it looks like we can take that Tranquility Pool, because I think that was like guarded with river trolls, so I don't think we're going to be taking that anytime immediately. But we might have an easier fight actually here off of the Crystal Thicket than the Dark Lair, because Crystal Thicket generally is like a bunch of ethereal things that are weak to lightning damage, and guess what? That's us. That is us. All right, end this turn. Get it out of here, Walker. Quit stalling. Yeah, I don't know, actually. I guess this chaplain is already moving down towards the Dark Lair, so why don't we move in the direction of actually doing that, but still take this fight. So let's go over here. We're gonna unequip the Storm Orb just temporarily, because we know how cool it is. And curse. We're also going to curse the fact that the Storm Scale Serpent does not count as a large target. But I think that's all right. And we'll bring these elephants here. And it's just going to be 3 protectors. Is it going to be just 3 protectors and a hero versus these guys? Is that a good fight for us? Like, none of those experience points matter. But I guess if we do that, then it makes this wonder fight just smoother. No, I don't care about that wonder fight. I think we've got bigger fish to fry. This city here is going to take a little while to grow into that space anyway. So we're gonna go west. We're gonna start grabbing the competitive space because this is the territory that we're gonna have to be fighting with other people to control. This one, basically no one's ever going to be able to steal that dark lair from us. So let's go ahead and bring our guys forward. This is still not like a fantastic battle in terms of value because we are not in range to actually bring our support forward, but it's nice that nobody died. That is one of the advantages of not having like squishy ranged units in your stack. Then units probably just rock and roll. That's the way the AI tries to use all of those units when they're just sitting together, hanging out, having a beer. Let's see. Yeah, this looks like the capital tile for us. So do we have 2 turns to military engineering? Considering that it's 2 turns to military engineering, and that means that this outpost will be done in the I guess 1 extra turn by waiting, but that 1 extra turn gives us access to a whole extra population and puts us a whole extra pop closer to the tranquility pool, or even just allows us to go straight here for a tranquility pool, although that does sacrifice some long-term growth. I guess that means we're gonna delay that outpost for city purposes, but we might want to still just add an outpost out here for movement and healing. That is still a very important consideration. Yeah, and for a little bit of vision too. And it's a pasture? All right, cool. So that means that we at least secure a little bit of easier access to food over there too. And then I guess we'll position ourselves to be able to just clear out this mana node next turn. And we'll use Army Heal once we have the Chaplain around, because I don't want to be wasting Army Heal on just a bunch of protectors. Like, whether or not they are alive or dead is sort of an irrelevant thing to our evil overlord here, because we are Scions of Evil, so we are gonna be burning down some cities along the way. It is par for the course. I guess let's see where Carissa is, because I assume she is out here under the fog waiting for us. And if we can use that scout to pillage some things, I'm here for it. I mean, we could heal those protectors, but it's not worth it. We're still gonna have 4 units for this fight next turn. And the mana is important. Yeah, the mana is important, Walker. Sometimes mana looks like you just have an infinite amount of it, but sometimes you just spend it all on dumb stuff, and then you got nothing, kid. You spent all your mana on dumb stuff. All right, so let's go here. Yes, it is a defender and an archer. Is that it? Bro, if that's it, like, then GG no re. Yeah, that's it. All right, cool. So we'll just have a couple of, like, really stacked protectors, I guess. That's not the best unit to have an infinite amount of EXP on, but it certainly helps. So I'm just going to turn off the magic for this, because we're not wasting the mana on that fight, no matter how close it's gonna be or not be. A disturbing bow. All right, sure. And this actually might now be the place where we use the heal, because I don't hate that. I don't hate the army heal. The fact that we can also move out to a position on the Crystal Thicket this turn if we buy rush is also pretty good. Yeah, let's do that. So now we should be in a position to potentially attack this gold next turn, because now everybody over here can get the army heal, and now we do have enough mana that I'm just going to go ahead and queue another one. This is not fully healed, obviously, but it's enough that I think that those guys are okay for now. Again, not their survivability is not a long-term prospect for us. They're tier 1 units. Are you gonna kill this scout with your 2 extra guys here, Dragon Lair, or are you gonna let us just walk straight through and take that gold chest and then peace out of here? That would be pretty cool if you did that. I would appreciate it a lot. So we took a quarry and a forester, and we finished our blacksmith. So now we can build another chaplain really quickly, which I'm down for. But that means that now we have to build something, either the mana obelisk, or we build something without a boost. So we could potentially start the mana obelisk, but I think next turn we're going to have enough mana to start working on the clan lodge anyway. And that's going to turn on SPIs for us, which, given that we took great builders, I do want to use our SPIs, get those things down and rocking and rolling as quickly as possible, because we should be able to get a lot of extra mana off of our mana conduit, but also just having access to an Abbey SPI is pretty nice. Yeah, you're 3 turns away from the Crystal Thicket Chaplain. You're so slow. You're so slow. Why can't you ride a horse like your brother? Why can't you just ride an elephant like normal people? Yeah, I think that's okay. Pass it. Just pass it. And this actually will be good, because now we'll hit pop 5, and then we'll be able to start working on our tier 2 with the boost, so save 60 gold. You can always start things without a boost. That's not like a crime. Don't ever feel bad about doing that. But it is expensive, and because like it's supposed, the way it's working right now seems to be a bug, because it's supposed to be fixed such that when you get wait a second, it's supposed to be fixed such that when you get the boost, it refunds you on the production side, or sort of, because it reduces the cost. But I don't think it's supposed to be refunding you on gold, because they specifically called that out as a something in the patch notes. But we did apparently see that in the stream yesterday, so I don't know what's going on there. It seems like there might still be bugs running around that need to be squashed, but you know, that's the way things go sometimes. But yeah, let's get some extra production into this city so that we can get those things rocking and rolling. Well, a Gortusk Matriarch. So a Gortusk Matriarch is a scary unit. That is a lot of damage that thing can present. But it is a large target, therefore it's going to be something that our hero is going to have an easier time like working into. And we do have access to a Storm Orb if we so desire. Right now, on the Gortusk Piglet side, they don't really have a lot of resistance on this team. There is an Entwined Thrall that gives them a little bit of shock resistance. But I think what we're going to do here is we're going to bring in another Protector, just to get a little bit more experience points, to see if we can get that up to silver rank. Because if we can take just the guys that are here into the Crystal Thicket, I'd like to. I don't want to have to wait for reinforcements if that's not required. And then because we have enough melee stuff here, I think we can go ahead and just bring the Storm Orb back in, because that magical damage actually could make a pretty big difference against all these guys that aren't particularly well situated to fight against it. And yeah, we have an infinite amount of mana, so you can use mana, AI. You have my blessing. Ah, man. All right, well, they lost one of the low-tier protectors. It's annoying, but not the end of the world. It's more annoying just from a pacing standpoint than anything else. And we still have a full research cycle to chew through. Oh, Tome of Faith. Oh, Tome of Faith. Give me units or give me death. And then they give us death. Well, you know, if we could get some more gold, then we could actually use that extra city over there to start doing draft. And we're right here, so let's go ahead and just pillage Urwell, I guess. Or do we audible into just conquering it? Maybe we just audible into taking Urwell. Because it is, like, right here, and we're gonna have the Imperium for it pretty soon. Well. Alright, so there's a quarry, there's a quarry. So this can just be the headquarters for an outpost that goes onto this. But I guess we do have to go here for the gold because we are entirely out of cash right now. So yeah, that's the direction that we're gonna have to go in. Ooh, oh my god, 4 Tide Spirits here. This army just melts to lightning damage. Okay, well, I guess we are gonna go in this direction. And these guys are very good against lightning damage, conversely. But it looks like the ability to potentially melt most of this army shouldn't be denied to us, even without Well, no, maybe we wait for a 6th. Because just going in with fewer than 6 units is so inefficient when you're fighting against 6. You're missing out on strength and on experience points. And I don't think we can afford to buy rush anyone out to there, so I guess we'll wait on that one and probably take the more dangerous, or at least more annoying, fight against these guys. Yeah, that looks about right. And I don't think we use that army heal on anybody, because I don't think there's anybody crucial that we need that can actually get healed. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. But if we can get the gold, I would love to be able to recruit a hero this turn. So that is I think our #1 priority now. Is it going to be these guys? Is it going to be these guys? Who wants to activate this fight? I guess the champion will go in on the fight, and the silver will back up, and then we can take the chaplain and our ruler in. That looks pretty good to me. But against lesser storm spirits, we're definitely not bringing a ranged unit, a ranged attack. Unfortunately, the wind barrier would make that just like, not only would we not do any damage because they're at 6 lightning resist, but we also just wouldn't hit anything because 60% to dodge is pretty good. 60% to dodge works a lot of wonders. Is this going to be enough? Do we need the other protector? I don't think we need the other protector. I think it could be useful, but Sprinter's boots. Well, does that mean now we want the Arcfire halberd? No, I don't think so. Although I do like the ability to give charge resistance against a bunch of charge units. I actually do like that. But the fact that we would be doing like really ineffective damage because of lightning resistance, I think turns me off of it. How close are you to leveling up? You're gonna level up either way. So yeah, we'll bring the other unit just to make sure that those guys survive, hopefully, so we can army heal them. Hey man, did you not hear what we just said? We brought an extra unit here so that way you guys wouldn't die because you're gonna level up either way. Then you guys would be cool. It's like you're not even paying attention to what I'm telling you. All right, I guess we'll go ahead and just pick this up actually as the next city. Grab that as our outpost, and that'll grab the tranquility pool. And now we do still have we have to wait 1 turn for gold. Do you have any other gold that we can get from anywhere? You're getting your gold next turn off that Scout Walker. You waited 1 too many turns on that. 1 too many turns on that. Let's see. Iron deposit, that's not gonna get us there. So I guess we have to just accept that I guess we could just cancel the Woodcarver's Workshop, honestly. Yeah, we'll just delay it. It's I think more important to get that second hero over here for the Crystal Thicket fight, because getting somebody on the board, getting experience points is really crucial. Here we have Reckless, which sucks. We have Unyielding, which is pretty good, and we have Frenzied, which is potentially powerful, but it starts with a weird mix of equipment there that I don't think I'm here for. Whereas this guy starts with a Provoking Mace. I didn't even know it was possible for them to start with a Provoking Mace, but that's really good, and that is a fantastic tool potentially for this Crystal Thicket, considering that we're going to be able to get there, I think, next turn. So can we justify? We do not. Oh, we're 3 gold short of buy rushing that chaplain. Heart emoji. I'm just gonna use emojis at random now. This is your fair warning. I'm gonna use emojis at random, and you're gonna say that's not what that heart emoji means, Walker. You can't just say heart emoji without context. But I did, and they didn't arrest me this time. I guess we're gonna go probably with spiritual healing. Maybe defensive training is better into an ancient wonder though. Yeah, all right. Defensive is better into Ancient Wonder. +1 defense and resistance is a lot of survivability. And I guess depending on who's guarding this thicket, we might not even need 6 units, because sometimes they do have bronzes with only 3. And I guess we'll, on that same note, I'm just going to go ahead and add this as an outpost, because if we can clear the Crystal Thicket next turn, then I want to be able to throw it on an outpost immediately. And I guess we'll cast Crow Primal Communion? Sure, yeah, we'll cast Crow Primal Communion. That's probably good. I'm gonna assume that that's good. It's not necessarily going to add value here, but moving around faster on the strategic layer is just really crucial. Yeah, just everyone who can get down there, just get down there. Just go to the Crystal Thicket. Just go to the Crystal Thicket. Show us the power. Show us the power of Grayskull and Tranquility Pool if we can kill those stupid trolls. All right, where's our ruler over here? Here's our ruler over here. All right, let's go check this out. Oh, dang it, Walker. Cast your Primal Communion. Cast your Primal Communion, Walker. Cast the spell that you queued up. Don't just queue up spells and not use them. Pro tip. That one's really important. All right, Crystal Thicket. So what do we have? We are fighting against Mirror Mimics. Oh baby. All right. I'm not gonna waste mana on like helping us out here, because yeah, it looks like it's gonna be double Mirror Mimic and double Phantasm Warrior and an Astral Wisp. Okay, baby. All right. So what that means is that we do not need a 6th unit here. And in fact, I think that if we equip our guys correctly, we actually wouldn't even want a 5th unit here. Or 6th unit here. I think we are going to need to drop in the army heal just to make sure that the chaplain isn't completely overwhelmed. But we're fighting against double Mirror Mimics, which means that Arcfire Halberd is actually still pretty good here. The fact that they're going to be large some of the time is going to be useful, but they're also going to be targeting our protectors to transform into most of the time. And that I think is going to be more value than trying to work with a Death Calling Axe. Even though we're double dipping on the Giant Slayer side. And then I guess the Provoking Mace is pretty good against, and we guess, yeah, it's better than Death Calling Axe against the Phantasm Warriors. Is it better than a Storm Orb, though? Is it better than a Storm Orb? Is a Provoking Mace better than a Storm Orb? Maybe not. Maybe a Storm Orb is actually what we're looking for this fight. Yeah, because we still have, I think, enough melee pieces that I don't think that the front line is going to get overwhelmed. And these guys are they're not going to be transforming into anything good. So let's go watch this battle, but I suspect that this is going to be another one of those cases where Mirror Mimics are just, like, free experience points. That is at least my hope. That is my hope for what we're going to see in this fight. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna run over here and use Restore. That's good. Get that support ability out of the way so that way it's not trying to use it into the middle of a fierce melee. The Astral Wisps are gonna move forward and do some damage, but unfortunately for them, we do have Resistant, so their damage output is not gonna be nearly as scary. And yeah, there they go. They have run forward and transformed into tier 1 cavalry. That's pretty good for our pole arms, especially the ones that do electric damage. Unfortunately, they have switched over to not having the lightning weakness on the Mirror Mimic side, but the cav weakness is kind of what we're going for. No, why are you using sprint on the same turn that you're not even moving? AI. It's like sprint is a lot better in manual combats than it is in auto resolves. There's kind of like no way around that, but sometimes sprint does actually do stuff. It's just only sometimes that it actually does stuff. All right, so if we trade this protector here for this, I would be really thrilled with that exchange. If we lose both protectors, that's kind of annoying, but if we just lose one, that's a perfectly good trade for bronze. So it's going in on the Storm Orb wielder. That is annoying, but now our guy is just running around and chucking lightning bolts, I guess. Oh, our guy just used a dagger, the quick stab. All right. Yeah, the Fury is just going to tear those guys apart. But unfortunately, they are at least going to have the same mounts as us. So the pseudo tenacious is in effect on that side. And that's pretty dangerous. AI, why would you dive on here with a lightning bolt like this? Why would you do this? You have a Storm Orb. Why are you intentionally engaging in melee? It's like the AI itself knows that ranged attacks just aren't very good, and so refuses to even pretend. Let's see. Yep, there goes the first Mirror Mimic. And it looks like the second is about to flip over. Yep. So damage over time just killed the Mirror Mimic and then caused it to flip over, so it's immediately available to get toasted with a Storm Orb. Okay, yeah, that was pretty much the best case scenario in terms of what we could expect to lose there. And now we can even just take a Spirit Wolf just right away. I don't even hate doing that because we get a tier 3, and on this map I think that's probably more value than just getting the 196 coin, because the army is not particularly large, and that gives us a tier 3 unit to rock in against these guys. And remember, these guys, they're guarding our Tranquility Pool, but more importantly, they're guarding their Tranquility Pool against a Storm Orb with 4 Tide Spirits. So as long as we can get a 6th unit over there, I don't see any way that's going to be a problem. We could even make it... actually, I don't even hate this. I'm going to take Lightning Evoker with the goal of resetting this hero in the near to immediate future, but we don't need to reset it immediately. Like, we'll take that fight or maybe get up to like level 3 or 4 and then reset, because by then hopefully we'll have found the resources necessary to build an item forge. Because if we can get an item forge going for High Roost, then getting rid of the Storm Orb and getting a pistol and sword is a pretty good payoff. But we do need to get those things down. So yeah, actually let's go ahead and take the Wizard Tower. No reason to delay that. And I guess we can get back on the production side of things, get a workshop down, and then let's go ahead and put out another protector. Actually, protectors are still not like great units, but they are at least exchangeable. We keep losing them, but we keep trading them for bronzes, and I think that's a pretty good deal. But you do need them in order to exchange. If you just show up with a couple of units and absolutely no one to turn into the alchemy forge and you get guys dead, then you're going to be in a lot of trouble. But let's go ahead and pick up the Tome of Zeal here, because I do want to just go big order and see how that turns out. As I mentioned, I think that's generally better with Mire Crocodile, simply because Mire Crocodile, their zeal and order and all of those things are helping fix a very particular problem for the faction. It's helping you solve for undead, and Mire Crocodile do have some serious problems fighting against undead. But here we're not really looking for that. What we're really looking for is either Fanatical Workforce or the summon spell for our tribal our spirit crow. Yeah, that's it. So let's go ahead and pick up Fanatical Workforce. That'll help us push through at least a little more infrastructure into these cities. It will be really hungry when it comes to our mana, but because of the way that this faction works, we should be able to keep our mana economy growing as long as we get down our Stormcrow Temple after the Wizard Tower. It might be literally immediately after the Wizard Tower now that I look at it. Let's just see how much gold we can actually get off of this this scout. So we've pillaged that one tile here for Urwell. If we're planning on conquering Urwell and turning it into a city for ourselves, then we probably want to limit ourselves to only pillaging one. And considering that there's a Stormcrow Den right here, and this thing is relatively well positioned, it already comes at a tier 2, so we don't have to build the tier 2 town hall. I'm actually pretty happy just conquering that one. So that means that now we probably need to send this scout somewhere else to cause problems for people. Oh, and it identifies that there's a brigand camp down here. Great. So the more of those low tier infestations that we can find, the better. This is in terms of like what we started with, because we didn't start with the primal charger or with our army heal, so that we were forced to take an extra stupid spell. Like, the starting resources we rolled were pretty bad, but the starting position here was really good, undeniably. Like, there's so many bronze ancient wonders here, and sometimes you can have rolls like this where like there's literally zero. Having 4 ancient wonders that you can clear in rapid succession is a lot better than having none. That is undeniable. All right, let's pass this. Now, our army is also just like meaningfully smaller than it was with our previous build, because our previous build was running the Tome of Beasts, and here unfortunately we don't even have like a lot of gold. So like if we were to take the extra draft, we because we identified Sinrin out there, we found him, that would be all right for getting out an extra protector, I guess, but like only that. So maybe we just take Fanatical Workforce to shave an entire turn off. This is like multiple turns of draft is the problem. This is so good. All right, you know what? We'll take this, and then we'll see if we can find gold anywhere in this universe. Is there gold anywhere in this universe? Is there justice anywhere in this universe? So this is the boost bug, right? So now by clicking this Forester, we did pick up the boost refund on the gold, but the patch notes for 1.3 do say that you're not supposed to get that gold back. But I won't tell my mom if you don't tell my mom. And I guess here I'm gonna go ahead and take another Animist. Actually, does that make sense against these guys? We're gonna be fighting against 2 Animists and 2 skeleton polearms and another hero, but we might be able to get up to level 4 on both of our heroes because there is another banner. So I think mostly this is not like a super duper threatening defensive stack, other than the fact that they're going to be like crazy resistant to our elemental damage. So maybe we do want to like a 1x primal charger here just to get some damage down on the board. Just like I don't feel compelled to build an infinite number of animists. I've had them burn me enough times that I'm not head over heels madly in love with them. I think they're fine, and I think they're really good in manual combats. I think they are fine in auto resolves, but only fine. All right, let's go take these river troll down. We've been putting off that fight long enough. Take Staves of Mending. The Mending touch ability, like, this is something that broadly I would encourage you to not take on your heroes for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons that you don't want to take it is that you do not want your heroes to just get locked down in like healing people over and over again. They'll just run all over the board trying to heal and accomplish nothing over the course of a combat. But that's not true with these guys, with your support units, because they're mostly just going to be running around in the background anyway. They have a fixed kind of damage that they can do, unlike your heroes, who hopefully you can get even better weapons and then get to the point where they are really rocking and rolling. And I think actually this looks pretty good to me. Yeah, that army looks pretty good to me, because we do at least have a Spirit Wolf for some meaningful frontline durability. And unlike the other side here, where we see that a bunch of people are gonna have lightning weaknesses, there's the only really scary thing here is the River Troll and the Stormscale Serpent. So yeah, let's see what a Storm Orb actually does against a bunch of Tide Spirits here. I wanna watch this thing live, and I don't mind about missing out on a little bit of value, because the AI is gonna use magic in this fight, and I don't think we need it. Oh, what's up, Gabriel? Yeah, this game is super fun. I think that there are some issues still in regards to like the AI, so like that's why I mostly play on auto resolve only. I think that the manual combats are really fun in PvP for me, but in the current patch state, I think that if you are looking for a challenge, that I would recommend auto resolve. Yeah, I think the game is just fantastic. I think they did a very good job of making a lot of different strategies work really well, and I think that as long as they keep working on the the balance side of things, and making sure that some of the tools, like this one we're playing as Primals. I think Primals are still probably viable in autoresolve only, but I feel like the Glacial Mammoth is probably not the direction. I haven't tried Spirit Wolf yet, and I've heard very good things about that. Here we are trying the Primal Crow, but unlike a lot of the other factions where like it became pretty clear pretty quickly that Reavers just like didn't work because their economy doesn't work, that's not true here with Primals. The economy for Primals does work as long as you set it up correctly, and in the military might work too if we can make it so that the AI is willing to play ball. And I'm hoping that what we see here is a way to make the AI play ball. Did you really just like use a heal on yourself instead of using, alright, good, instead of using your summon? Because the AI does like love to do that. Struggling in the mid game. So dwarfs, I would say the most important thing when it comes to logistics, how many outposts are you making? Because when it comes down to it, you should be just making outrageous number of outposts in Age of Wonders 4, kind of no matter what your build looks like. Outposts are great for movement. They help build like friendly terrain for you, because that's going to give you access to faster move internally. They also give you access to faster move by building roads connecting different things, and those roads persist even in the event that you disable the outpost or you burn it to the ground, because the roads are just like a fixed permanent thing on the universe. And then outposts, of course, they give you resources. Like sometimes the resources are not as important as simply the healing and the movement and the claiming of land, but the ability to claim resources on the overworld is pretty helpful. Like here, we kind of expected, the lightning damage just obliterated their front line, and that was a really clean fight for us actually, even without the access to the summons. But this is also a very different build, because this is a build where we're intentionally not trying to go all in on making our tier 3 cultural unit pop off, because that's kind of what we tried to do yesterday, and it turns out that trying to make the tier 3 cultural unit that you don't get until like turn 25 or whatever is like not as good. Who would have guessed? But yeah, like the barbarians are great. I think anything, just make more outposts, and just make more outposts. Like that's really what it boils down to. If you're trying to get good at the logistics in Age of Wonders 4, that's almost always the place that like newer players are struggling on. I don't know about another army heal queued up, because these guys are going to be pretty much in full fighting shape next turn, except possibly the Spirit Wolf. But we might be close enough to go grab that Gorgon Lair next turn. Oh my god, are we gonna have 3 Ancient Wonders cleared by like turn 15? That would be pretty good. That would not be a bad place to start, especially because we're going to have a Tranquility pool here, so we are going to be able to do a little bit of faster research. I guess this hero is... Yeah, let's wait and see if we can get anything else to throw on you, but maybe we're going to switch you over to the Deathcalling Great Axe sooner rather than later, because I really don't want to be bringing Storm Orb into like every single fight if we can avoid it. It's pretty dangerous to be doing too much with magic stuff, but you know what, I'm not a coward. I'm gonna do it for now. We'll take a couple of these things while we farm up more equipment to put on our fighter after we are able to reset there. We could take Experienced Leader here. This is definitely where, like, this hero in particular already has Restore. We are definitely not going to be taking all of these healing abilities. I think Spiritual Healing is still potentially useful, simply because you do get the Rising Fury, and so there is a damage increase aspect to it. But because it does take an action, I think I'm probably just going to go with Strength Training here, honestly. Yeah, because we are going to have access to at least a tier 3 with a Spirit Wolf, and getting the strength in there I think is probably going to be pretty clutch. No gold, absolutely no gold, Walker. I don't know how you expect your economy to function without any gold, and you being forced to just build merchandise over and over and over again. But you know, there are worse things that you could be building. We could be building better stuff, except I feel pretty confident. Let's see. That actually might be an infestation that this scout sees here, based off of the terrain that's currently being claimed. So maybe we go around this way actually to go down to Carissa, because I want to pillage something. I want to pillage something on that scout, because that's the best way we're going to get value out of it. It's just that this city, I do think that we're genuinely going to attack it probably immediately after Gorgon's Lair, and so pillaging here is not nearly as good value. You can still pillage in cities that you're conquering. I do want to be clear about that, but it's not as good value. Unless, and hear me out, chat, here is something that we could do. We could take this as an opportunity to burn Urwell to the ground. We're 3 turns away from fruitful integration. So that means that if we just delay until we have the Imperium for that we lose essentially 2 turns of city growth by turning this into an outpost instead of conquering this. But if we conquer this city and we do burn it to the ground, we will get enormous amounts of evil. So that way we will actually be able to spike up to pure evil, hopefully a little bit faster, so that way Scions can really carry us. Because that is a very powerful trait once we get high up there, and it does interact favorably with playing with order tomes, because you got access to the Tyrant Knight starting at silver is very powerful. All right, I tell you what, I'm gonna take a quick bio break, and then I think our plan is gonna be to go through Gorgon's Lair and then go to Urwell. But what I'm gonna pose to you guys here is, do we capture Urwell and incorporate it into our own territory? Because this is a spiritual brute city. This is our city, but we are Scions of Evil, and it might make sense for us from a meta perspective to actually just like turn this into a city or turn that into a city, and then just turn this into a heaping pile of rubble and a whole bunch of evil, in which case we could actually just have our scouts pillage the city down right now, because if we're going to be raising the city, then you might as well pillage it. So the question to you is, what do we do with Urwell once we take control of it, assuming that we do? Are we going to pillage this city, or are we going to incorporate it? And let me actually throw that in this little chat thing here. Wait a second, how do we do this? Engage with your audience, start a poll. Should Urwell serve the Empire or burn? All right, we have a poll up in chat here, everybody. So I'm gonna take a quick break, and then whenever I get back, we are gonna resolve the fate here with these Bronze Ancient Wonders. If we want to bring Urwell into the Empire, then vote for that. And if not, we're probably just gonna make one of these little outposts into an Empire and burn the city to the ground. I think given that we're playing with Scions of Evil, that's not as like role playing as you'd think. I think there is some real value to it mechanically, but of course, being able to capture and incorporate a tier 2 city is not nothing either. That saves you a meaningful amount of money in terms of the infrastructure that you have to rebuild. So think about it from both a mechanical as well as a fun standpoint. Whatever you think is best. All right, be right back. All right, it looks like the poll has decided that they will serve us here in Urwell in death. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to probably take advantage, what Badok was highlighting. This space here, exploiting this Gorgon's Lair, actually like positions itself really well to take advantage of the space over in Urwell. It does require us to clear out this workshop, but depending on who's down there, that's easier said than done, because it is going to be able to spawn something. So we're gonna need to engage those stacks separately. We do not have the strength necessary to engage them both simultaneously, unfortunately. But that's okay, that's a short-term problem, hopefully. Yeah, let's just pass this turn. The fact that we have a banner here stocked up is actually still pretty good. And there's a tier 2 waiting for us in case we want it for the Gorgon fight, which I think we will actually. Oh, good. So one of the advantages of playing as Scions of Evil is that we are just going to encounter a bunch of people, and then the way that the diplomacy here in this the map works is that you're just going to get a bunch of evil really quickly. And I guess considering that we're burning the city to the ground, why don't we burn the city to the ground? Yeah, that's going to be pretty good. This isn't going to get in range for either of those fights anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead and have this this protector burn. In the event that Urwell decides to spawn a hero to fight us, that could be pretty annoying, because we prefer to keep both of these things around for more pillaging purposes, but they really are going to very quickly be pillagers only. Now, because we're not playing with hermits, we don't need to worry about like adjacency problems, but we do still want to like take into account what sort of tiles we're expanding into, right? Picking up quarries is good, but picking up quarries that are on our own type of terrain can potentially be better. But that's where the Storm Crow Temple is going to come in, so we're going to take that, and I guess we're going to go ahead and pick up a quarry here. And we are going to be trying to work up just having a really, really big economy as quickly as we can, because the more gold that we have, the more effective something like Fanatical Workforce is actually going to be. You need a lot of money in order for the actual growth to be actualized. You do need to spend stuff to actually to get value there. It's not free. This fight, though, this is about as close to free as a fight is going to get, because we see ranged unit, ranged unit, ranged unit, ranged unit. All right. Well, in that case, I guess we'll probably bring at least one thing that can fight in melee. That is important whenever it comes to getting rid of all of those ranged pieces. So I think switching out of the Storm Orb does make sense for that second hero here. The Spirit Wolf is healable, is a thing, so I think actually we're going to bring 5 units into this fight rather than just 4, so that way we have double chaplains to heal the Spirit Wolf up to max, but that'll give it enough experience points to gain a medal before we go in on the Gorgon's Lair, which I think is probably going to be important. In the event that there are Storm Scale Serpents there, then we're going to need the medal for this thing to not get absolutely demolished by the Storm Scales as it did in the last fight. Yeah, more evil. That's cool with me, man. You wanna give us some evil? I'll take some evil, and we're gonna turn off mana for this because these are ranged pieces. You guys aren't allowed to get roughed up too badly. If you know the rules here, then that's the way this is gonna have to go. Yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and just put this outpost down. It's gonna be inside the infestation, and so like the AI will try to remove it as quickly as it can, but if it's not doing it immediately, then that's good enough for me. And all those guys have so much movement speed that they can hang out in the back. Let's go see actually what's in the Gorgon's Lair. What do we have? Oh, we could even just get evil right here and sacrifice a population. You know what? I'm willing to do that actually, because we need some evil anyway. So like we're not really sacrificing anything there. We could get 65 Imperium, but it would cost us 5 evil. Or we could just get a Fury of the Enthralled Orcs. A tier 2 is not a bad thing to be picking up. And this is a strong unit, which is at least pretty nice on the Fury side. But we're not going to be doing anything. Actually, we'll probably be working with Zeal. So Zeal at least does give the Fury more ways to do damage. But nah, I'm going to take the Imperium. Like, it means we still ended up with net negative 5 alignment from that, and I think that's a good exchange for us. So now we can actually move everybody down here to keep these fights going. Is that... Yeah, that's where we are. We can just keep the fights going. So you go here, Chaplain. And you can go here. And then we'll bring our other hero into the fight, our ruler. And we even gained 5 HP because we gained an experience, or a level in that fight. So the Spirit Wolf is even burlier than it was in its previous. We're going to be going in against Houndmaster, Carrion Bird. I think this is okay, but, you know, it doesn't hurt us to really at all to get more experience points on the Chaplain, because if we can get those guys up to Legendary rank, they will pay out very, very quick dividends. Being able to get bolster resistance on your defense mode is just phenomenal value. But now we have enough mana that, like, it's fine to leave the spells on, because we just got a million of it from that free clear of ours. A Staff of Mass Healing is cute, but that is probably just going in that's going in the bucket from Taco Bell. As soon as we have Item Forge, that thing is probably getting destroyed. We could take Mana Unchained. I actually don't hate that in a situation like this, if we're going to be fighting against Mystics and Barbarians. And I don't really see anything else that, like, pops off the page. Like, we already have a Summon Elemental for us, and we're pretty far off from being able to take Assassinate right now, but it's important to keep in mind that we do have an Assassinate on this hero, so once we get to the point where we can use it, then it's worth investing in. And I guess we'll take Distant Evocation for now, with the intention probably of resetting after this Derelict Workshop Factory fight. Can we do that next turn? If we can do that fight next turn, and they don't spawn anything, if we can do that fight next turn and they don't spawn anything, then I actually feel pretty good about doing it. We are very evil. Good. And, you know, I guess that's it. I don't think we need to invest in anything else here. We could get some value out of trying to go into, like, pacification if we had vassals, because this will help you burn them up out of tributary really quickly. But on this map in particular, the order stuff doesn't really start doing stuff until you get towards the higher tier of it, which is why if you're going to do any order on Crimson Caldera, I think you probably want to do all of the order on Crimson Caldera, because you just get nothing out of the low tier spells. Yeah, this is fine. Let's see if the workshop spawns anybody. You did not spawn anybody. Fantastic. Oh man. All right, so that means we can actually fight the Derelict Workshop, like, head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Yeah, I think we can apply directly to the forehead. And here, all of those guys are weak to lightning damage, so this is actually a great opportunity for a Storm Orb. And I think that's enough frontline that I don't feel like we're being inappropriately dangerous rolling these guys into this fight. Is there anything that we can actually do with all this Imperium? Next turn, we're going to be able to take Knowledge Extraction and Fruitful Integration, which means that this outpost we definitely want to wait on one turn to turn into a city. And I guess that means that we'll get extra knowledge from attacking Urwell. So that's not a bad thing to be using our stuff for here. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at this fight. Let's see how this low risk battle goes. It shouldn't be too difficult, especially given that we're going to have a lot of extra lightning damage. But anytime you have a hero with a ranged combat attack, like, things can get pretty messy pretty quickly if the autoresolve AI, like, decides to do goofball stuff. And this is not an easy map for the AI to navigate, to be fair, because of the terrain. Even when you're playing this as, like, a human, this terrain is kind of complicated for you to try to figure out what the best value is. Are you gonna heal for 2 HP? 10. All right, good. Like, are you really gonna send it into this hero who's about to fully heal off regeneration? No, thank God. All right, and here, this is where having access to a lightning evocation should be a big deal for the AI. If it sees that attack, oh AI, are you just not gonna? You're not gonna use any of your skills here, buddy? Gonna use sprint? and then and then summon, sprint, and then summon. All right, good. Burning. All right, well, at least we got a good initial engagement on the copper golems here, but unfortunately we have set up the AI potentially to shoot somebody with the heavy mage lock. If it's going in on this tier 3 at least, it's going to have a difficult doing like insane amounts of damage, but 28 is not nothing. Thank God that thing is a tier 3. It's gonna need it. It's gonna need that durability. But now we have potentially a turn here with Brady with 4 strengthened to either dump in a lightning evocation or just shoot 3 times. Yeah, all right. Lightning evocation with strengthen 5 or strengthen 4 is still like a lot of damage. And yes, all right, good. Hero is willing to engage, and this is where the poisoned wet can start getting a little spooky if you are not prepared for it. But this was a very easy derelict workshop fight just because who spawned in it, and the fact that we got to take the fight before it added an extra unit stack. If you see a derelict workshop fight like this, by the way, that's like one of the great opportunities to exploit having access to lightning damage, because generally derelict workshops are going to have a lot of constructs and the like, but some of them can also just be like hilariously understaffed in comparison. Like this one at least had 6 units, but I have seen derelict workshops on like hard with 5, and I even saw one with 4. So you can definitely clown on derelict workshops if you are careful to like seek them out when you think you've got the strength to take them down. And here we're going to take this thing out with absolutely no losses. So what do we get out of that? Band of the Zealots, pretty good. Zeal isn't a weak power by any means. And now we can even set ourselves up to take that banner. So we could make a legendary protector. At least both of these will get a slingshot level. Yeah, I don't know about a legendary protector. I think I'm just going to get an extra metal on the primal charger, even if it is only a silver, because I feel like although the legendary protector is a powerful tool, it's not something that I think we need necessarily here, and having an extra metal here on the primal charger can make this fight a lot easier. We just need a front line that's like burly enough to clog these guys down. So on that note, I guess we'll take this protector and just let it heal. Yeah, maybe we'll let it heal a little bit closer, because we can always untick the check mark to bring that into the fight, so that way it doesn't waste any experience points for us. And we have a dire penguin who is mostly just a tier 2 with absolutely nothing other than stats. But you know what? A tier 2 with absolutely nothing other than stats is not a bad thing, especially because this is actually a free fight for us. We could take. I mean, I guess everybody here is going to be slingshotting levels, kind of no matter what, off of the access to a spirit wolf here. Are you going to be able to slingshot? You're 9 out of 24. Maybe. All right, let's take Band of the Zealot on our ruler. And I guess we're going to take Wand of Provocation there as well, considering that the other hero is right now at least running with a ranged weapon. Provocation, unsurprisingly, Provocation is a lot better for melee built pieces than for range built pieces. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and take some healing this turn. And I guess on that note, we could even do an army heal if we really wanted it. But I guess I'm going to do that after the fight. Yeah, I'm going to do that after the fight next turn, because we're not bringing the protector, which is the thing that's like in the worst shape right now. High Roost built its transformation. All right, good. So now we can just count on that thing transforming things in the background for us consistently. And I think we do need to build an abbey so that we can build an academy. There's kind of no way around that. So where do we want the abbey? The abbey is probably not going to be used for much of the knowledge stacking for adjacent farm, but stats protection at the start of the next combat for all friendly units is not a bad ability. 2 extra stats resistance can be pretty nice, so I'm going to put that actually here on this quarry just so it's a little bit closer to the front. That means that now we're down 1 quarry, but that's okay because now we actually can build an academy as soon as we have the cash. And on that note, I think we are just going to probably produce merchandise, so that way we can get that academy down starting next turn, because now we have the fanatical workforce online. So all we need to make that thing really hum is money, and Urwell is right here. So the fanatical workforce is hopefully about to start transforming this landscape in a jiffy. In fact, we're getting 150 gold there. So you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and actually, no, I'm gonna save the gold so that way we can start working on another animist. Yeah, I think that's probably better for us. Army heal, fanatical workforce. I guess we could queue a fanatical workforce at least, because we do have the casting slots. So here we actually had the world map casting points, even though we weren't using the fanatical workforce this turn, because now we can do both cities in the event that we feel like we have enough gold for it to be worthwhile next turn. Well, this is not what we were looking for. What we're really looking for is the Conjure Primal Crow. Yes, thank you. So now we have Conjure Primal Crow on the books. I want to see now if by maintaining all of this extra mana and intentionally not researching any other tactical spells. Unfortunately, we did get kind of hosed on the roll, but if we can do only the spells, can this work for us? Yo, what's up, Desert? Yeah, so you've been liking playing with large angry free cities. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you can farm with a lot of big cities that are sending heroes at you all the time. It's great for farming knowledge off of Shadow 1. It's great for farming like just resources off of the heroes, because you're going to be getting extra equipment as well as extra gold. It's really good across the board. Like unsurprisingly, taking a bunch of pretty what should be relatively free fights, he says, and then all of his heroes die against like 2 random free cities, the way that Winsley has died horribly. It's the way Age of Wonders 4. Sometimes you just die horribly in auto-resolves. Sometimes it's not fun, but it is the way of Age of Wonders 4, and I think it's a feature, not a bug. But now, man, now Urwell is in a weird spot, because they have been at war with us for a long time, and so they are probably getting pretty close to summoning another hero onto the board. And if they do it while we're laying siege to their city, then they'll auto-resolve into us and bring both stacks at the same time, and that's really dangerous. Yeah, Chosen Destroyers on this map, actually, like, it would be really challenging in the sense that, like, you're only going to have one city to get draft out of, but it would also be really rewarding, because there are a ton of cities here that you can burn to the ground. There are a lot of free cities on this map. There's a lot of other empires building things on this map, and so it is not inconceivable that you could get insane value out of Chosen. Let's go ahead and fanatical workforce our cities. I think I'm going to go ahead and just do both, because the production is going to help these guys scale up their economies really, really quickly. We more than doubled our production here in this. Oh, I guess we almost tripled our production, Geyser Rock, by casting that fanatical workforce, and we almost doubled it in High Roost. So now we're down to 3 turns on that academy, and Geyser Rock should be able to build pretty quickly into library and probably walls as well, because I don't want a random scout taking that city out. That would be really annoying. But now we do have the Nature 1 online, so we can actually turn out this outpost here into a city, and I'm actually fine with that. Like, this is a quarry as a permanent fixture here in the city, but a quarry is a perfectly reasonable thing in terms of its boosts. Feeds into almost everything important. And now we got our 3rd city online, so our economy should be able to scale up pretty quickly. We have Conjure Primal Crow, so I guess I'm gonna fish for the Zeal enchantment. Yeah, Legion of Zeal I think is probably our best bet in terms of increasing our damage. If we can get Legion of Zeal down, that would really help chew through a couple of these infestations, including potentially this dragon. This dragon is pretty scary because the tier 5 is a monster, but 3 White Witches means that if you bring enough units to overwhelm those ranged pieces, the army should collapse pretty quickly. You just need to bring enough pieces to overwhelm them. That's all. All right, let's go this way and scout in on Carissa. I think that's going to be good value for us. And the Primal Charger is going to move here, so that way whoever we decide to bring in on that fight can just move all together. And those are going to be part of that stack. Is there going to be enough experience points here that Spirit Wolf is actually going to gain a level is the problem. I don't think Spirit Wolf would actually go up to gold off of this fight, because you need to gain 5 experience points in this fight. So this is 8 plus 4 plus 4, so that's 16. So in order for that to gain 5, we kind of only need to bring 3 units in, which is impossible. So I guess, you know, this could be an opportunity here for us to split a couple of units off to just pick these necromancers, so that way the Spirit Wolf can hit a higher tier. Unfortunately, I don't think there's enough movement points for the Primal Charger to do both, and I think it's more important to get that that banner here. But you know what? I think it's fine. Let's bring the Spirit Wolf down with probably both chaplains. Yeah. Oh no, there's not enough movement points for the chaplains to still get onto there. Ugh. Is there... Oh no. Is there any way around that? Walker, did you just force yourself into delaying the banner in order to try to get 1 level up on a Spirit Wolf? That is kind of what it looks like. That is almost exactly what that looks like. I guess, you know what? In all fairness, we can still get a level up on these two. It's going to be the exact same thing as if they were kind of catapulting this way. But now we're going to get the level up before the fight, so at least we'll have a second signature skill before we fight the Spirit Wolf, which could be important. But yeah, no, you don't need mana for this fight. You're fighting against 2 necromancers. There's like absolutely no chance you're losing anything there. But now the Spirit Wolf is at 3 experience points away, so I think that means that it will level up off of the fight and then the banner, which is what we're looking for. You know, this actually could be an opportunity for us to grab Experienced Leader also, to just really guarantee that we get that effect on our Spirit Wolf. And now, because we don't have any other like restoration effects, I'm not afraid of taking Mass Rejuvenation. I think if you overload on those, it's pretty bad, because then your hero just like doesn't do anything all game. And on that note, we're not going to add the Spider Hatching Bell to our hero, or to our ruler. We'll add it to our hero, so that way that it has a little bit of extra choice there. You know what? I'm gonna take. Nah. Do we have a fire evocation here? We don't have fire evocation yet. So let's take fire evocation on this Brady the Protector. Brady the Protector. I don't know if you know what protectors do if you're gonna call yourself a protector, given that you've got lightning damage and storm orbs and stuff. But you do you, friend, I suppose. And now, because of the Experienced Leader, we might be able to get an extra medal on the Primal Charger. Nah, we're not going to get an extra medal there, but whatever. Like getting 1 or 2 extra medals before this fight is probably crucial, and definitely crucial for the Dragon's Lair. Not fast enough to really do anything here, Dire Penguin. You got some movement penalties, friend, just from waddling. So yeah, I guess we'll go burn down that School of Cryomancy, and we'll grab that banner next turn. Let's see. I don't really care about queuing another stack of... Oh no, actually we could queue another thing of Fanatic Workforce, because there's the outpost right there. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that, because this is going to come in with 3rd population actually. So we're going to be able to grab a... we'll be able to grab this tile literally right away as a forester if we want it, and I think we do, because that puts us closer to Urwell for movement purposes. So yeah, that's a good deal. And now Old Hollow can go ahead and grab Fanatical Workforce. Good. It's going to slow our population growth down to a crawl here, but we can fix that pretty quickly if we build the right infrastructure for it and give them you know, a couple of extra food bonuses here on the map. We gotta find those ones to funnel towards the Old Hollow, but we'll get there. And then I guess we're going to go ahead and go in with Hero, drop Protector. Yeah, drop Protector. You guys all go here. And now, no Slingshot available on those guys, but there is on the Spirit Wolf, and I think that's going to be enough. And then we'll not bring the actual Protector into the fight, and that should be good. Take him out. Yeah, there we go. So we got the silver, and then we'll get the gold off of the banner itself. So now you can try to siege with our second hero. Good deal. Is this guy close enough to reinforce anywhere? Not in friendly terrain where we need to heal. But fortunately, everyone is like at good enough healing capacity, especially considering that we have Mass Rejuvenation, that I honestly don't care. You guys can still just like stay close enough that you can reinforce, and that's good enough. And on that note, we can just bring this extra unit as insurance in case Urwell spawns another unit here. I do want to have a couple extra units in the area because I don't want us to get chewed through by them just randomly dropping in a hero one turn. I don't know if we want harass defenders on this fight though. I think undermining walls actually genuinely might be better going in against two animists, because these animists will identify themselves as being healable if you use harass defenders on it, and then they will prioritize healing themselves if it comes down to it. So then you can end up with more units that you're fighting against by taking harass defenders, and undermine walls actually does help influence the outcome in those sorts of fights, because it'll make it so that the opponent has like plugs that they have to panic and fill, and your own AI will see those holes to path through. So it's mostly pretty good to take the undermine walls in the event that you think you're going to see some value out of them. I guess we could take Arcane Strength, but Frost Evoker is also really disgusting. The Frozen ability is only a 60%, so it's not like perfect, but we do already have Magecraft 1. I guess I'm going to take Arcane Strength, but we are going to be resetting you as soon as our... I might as well kill you in the morning, whatever the thing is that they said for 15 years to the Dread Pirate Roberts. It'll be such a terrible thing to kill you, Wesley. Okay, there's a Haunted Halls down there. I actually don't hate seeing that, because I think we're going to be pretty powerful soon enough, considering that we had so many Bronze Ancient Wonders that we could clear. Unfortunate that this dark Lair is still just like sitting around over there, but I'm not sure if we had a way to deal with that. Oh, we need a little more gold. Well, I guess it's a good thing that we're destroying the city then, because we don't even have enough gold to run like construction here with our fanatical workforce for one turn. But we'll go ahead and just queue another one, because again, the casting slots, we've got 2 of them, might as well put them to work, and that preserves our casting points as long as humanly possible. And I guess we'll pass. That sounds like we sounded the alarms. We found somebody. Yep, there it is, Carissa. Okay, well, we'll take a little bit of extra evil. Now we're up to very, very, very evil. Super duper duper evil. Supremely bad evil. Almost. We're almost pure evil. Working towards it, Walker. You're gonna get there once you destroy this city, hopefully. I guess now we have enough gold that we can go ahead and build these little boosty guys before I forget and we run past building a library. That would be pretty embarrassing. And it looks like Urwell is just gonna chill. Gonna let us do what we need to do here. So I don't hate that. And so let's check out this Brigand camp. It looks like a Sun Priest, Double Dawn Defender, Peasant Pikeman. So yeah, that's not a particularly strong Brigand camp. And then there's a Lair here. So boy, I'm not actually sure who we're gonna fight first. Maybe it'll be Carissa, because we are scouting around her area, but given that now we're going to start going through the southern path towards Sinren, and there's a free city of some size here, and we should have the Imperium to pick that, to actually like add that to our empire once we get over there. That looks pretty promising. Dragon's Lair, how soon? All right, awakening in 0 to 3 turns means I'm not going to position a unit in this area in case the AI gets spicy. I don't want us to get attacked by an extra hero and an extra dragon in the same pass between turns. That would be pretty bad. That would be not good for your health. That is the official doctor diagnosis. I guess now we definitely could add that extra animist that we've been delaying for so long. But I think I actually have been pretty impressed with the chaplain damage output, simply because of the combination of the resistance and the fortune and the strengthened. Like, Bless is a pretty messed up ability. This is fantastic on heroes when you're gonna have the magic attacks like lightning evocation, but just like across the board, the damage output that you get out of chaplains, I think, is pretty important in comparison to something like the animists. So, on that note, who are we going to bring into this fight against double animist, double skeleton polearm? I think we're going to drop the protector. I don't think we need that. And that means that we can bring these guys here and Brady here. Spirit Wolf here. I guess the Spirit Wolf probably does demand a little bit more support, simply because the Animus here are going to be doing electrical damage, and there is a lightning evocation, and we don't want the Spirit Wolf to die in this fight if we can avoid it, because it's already elite. So maybe we do bring these extra buddy boys. Yeah, I guess we do, because like we don't want to lose this Spirit Wolf in particular. That one, there are some sacrificial pieces like the Primal Charger and the Protector and the Dire Penguin, but this guy we want to keep. So let's see this fight. I don't think it's gonna be too dangerous from the perspective of actually like losing the fight. But if we lose the Spirit Wolf, that is a pretty big blow at this point now with the way this army has developed. But undermining the walls was a big hit for us there. Sometimes undermining is just like, you know, breaks a couple of pieces and it is not worth the 100 gold that it cost you, except for the influence on the AI behaviors. But then sometimes it does this, where it just like obliterates the whole front wall, and like your melee units can take attacks on ranged units immediately. That's pretty good. Well, that was certainly an effective taunt for the AI. I don't know if they knew what they were doing there, but the ability to convince the animist to go in on you rather than the thing that's weak to you is a big deal. All right, AI, what do you got? What else? What other tricks you got up your sleeve here? Are you gonna do some big time lightning damage? There was no strengthening on you there, Brady, because all of the strengthened went on our Spirit Wolf, but that's okay. At least gives us a consistent line there. How did you get... Oh, you have a Conjure Animal? Do you have a Conjure Animal staff? Or, yeah, you have a Conjure Animal staff. Okay, so that's important to know. In the event that we get a third hero, we have already a Spirit Conjuring Bell for Brady, but now we have a Conjuring Staff. And considering that the free cities on this map are like always hostile, you're not going to have as easy a time finding the high tier things. Oh shoot, AI. Oh, God damn it. All right, wait a second. Let me remember. Let me turn this off and remember to add our favorites here. I don't know if this is going to make a difference to the AI or not, but I want to see moving forward if having only the Conjure Primal Crow as a favorite actually does impact the AI's decisions when it comes to summoning them. So far, we've watched a couple of combats where we've had the summon available and the AI hasn't used it once, which is definitely like kind of what we experienced when we were playing with Glacial Mammoth, and we do have tons of mana, so we are doing the things that you need to do in order to influence auto resolves to use spells more effectively. But I'm hoping we'll go back to the spellbook on the overworld just to make sure that it's something that actually like stays with us. I'm hoping that if we have enough mana and don't pick up any other tactical spells, that we can make it so that the AI actually uses the things that should be making Primal strong here. It's just that right now the autoresolve spells problem is still a big issue for Primals, and I really do wish that they would port the technology from Age of Wonders Planetfall, where you could just like choose what spells you cast. That's not that complicated. Okay, so no, I don't think there is a way for us to like highlight it so the AI will cast our Conjure more consistently here. So far in autoresolve we've watched, it's cast it literally 0 times. Let's keep that in mind. That's not necessarily just a criticism. That's just a viable count, because I wanna see exactly how many times we get it. Here, adjacent friendly units getting +1 defense and +1 resistance is actually really good. That might be legit, though, an opportunity for us to just build a crypt and then resurrect you, because here, this is a spiritual brute, so this is our race, so we'll get our race transformations on it, and level 5. And here, because we are playing with the Storm Crow, we have a ton of mana. All right, Walker, you talked me into it. We will use that hero that you just killed, just to leverage some of all this mana that you've got floating around, because you do have a lot of mana floating around. You might as well leverage for something. And then let's go ahead and take out this stupid stone spirits here. They're just not doing anything for us. And you know what? Let's watch this fight too. I don't think this is a fight where I would expect the auto-resolve to actually use a summon, but I want to see if they're casting outright. I don't want to see anything, because we're actually not, even though we have an infinite amount of mana here, I don't care. Like, mana is so good that being able to just get more of it is never a bad thing. We don't have any giant swaths of gold, but we can take crypt here and then start working on our fanatic workforce. And you lost fanatical workforce, so we gotta fix that up for Geyser Rock as well. But that's where having a bunch of it is, a bunch of fanatical workforce is pretty cute, is pretty useful. How many more turns is this on you? I don't remember how many more turns are left on fanatical workforce. Mouse over this. Let me tell me what I got left. But I guess we'll cast Legion of Zeal, because that is just fantastic. Legion is like one of the best unit enchantments in the game in terms of the value generated. It's just not good with some effects, but here with what we got, it's gonna rock and roll a bit, and we are gonna raise that city to the ground. So we're gonna get tons of gold there. That should be pretty good. Produce merchandise, I guess. And we'll have our scouts doing those scouty boy things. No, I don't see that. No, that's okay. Maybe the AI just doesn't think that it needs to use the summons as primal because they're broken. That's the idea. The AI just wants to play primals honorably, which, you know, if we weren't the ones playing as primals, I would salute them. What are we looking for in terms of our tomes? Actually, what do we have? What are we trying to research here? Not really trying to research any of those. I guess, man, I wanna research Inspiring Chant, because that is actually a very powerful ability. But once we get into that space, then we have continued to bully our tactical AI into casting things that aren't the things that we're looking for. So here, I'm actually going to go ahead and take Enchanted Crow Companion, just so that way we get off to our tier 2 tomes without it affecting our access to tactical spells, because I want to see the AI cast the spell just once. And if it's not, then Triumph, like, guys, you gotta watch your auto resolves, because that's not good. That is not good behavior. But we haven't really thrown an infinite number of fights into this resource silo that we've given the game yet. So I don't want to call this necessarily unsuccessful in terms of pacing. And I will say that, like, I think the overall economy here has benefited enormously from the Bronze Ancient Wonders, but I do think that this economy also feels a little bit stronger than what we saw off the Mammoth in terms of pacing. Just getting a bunch of extra mana at the beginning of the game is a pretty big deal. And this is a weird clump of stuff here. This is a really weird clump of stuff here that we're looking at. Tier 1? A tier 1? This is exactly the sort of city that I love burning down. It's a tier 1 with no walls. Those are miserable to capture. Especially this one in particular, because it's like surrounded by all of this ash desolate wasteland. I guess, you know what, this could also be a city over here, though, and if that's what we end up doing, is burning that city down and then just founding a bunch of our own, whatever. We're Scions of Evil. That's on flavor. All right, Legions of Zeal. Let's get that thing going. We have plenty of mana to support that. Is that the end of the Fanatic workforce there? It is the end of the Fanatic workforce there. So let's go ahead and do that. And then nothing here. Crypts. We now have the resources necessary to resurrect you, except for the hero cap. But here, I actually think we've got the Imperium, because we're already at plus 70 Imperium per turn. So I'm just going to go ahead and click increase hero cap, and then we should be able to resurrect you. Inspect. Why are we not able to resurrect you, Nathan? Do we have to destroy the city? I think we have to destroy the city before we're allowed to resurrect you. So I didn't need to waste the Imperium, Walker. You could have waited 3 turns. Well, let that be your lesson, Walker. Pay attention to those sorts of things. That'll really help you out. All right, let's get tier 2s going. So tier 2s for this build, we're definitely going to be going with Tome of Inquisition and Tome of Glades, because I think that Tome of Glades does support the order like build pretty quickly and pretty efficiently. And because of where we are, I think we probably are going to start with Tome of Glades first, just so that way we can hopefully shave some turns off of Guardian Spirit. Is that even realistic, Walker? Or should we just go in for Career Soldiers? Because actually that's also pretty good, especially if we can get up towards Exemplar and find some Silver Wonders to recruit off of. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and take Tome of Inquisition, so that way specifically we can take the tactical spell. So the tactical spell or rather the strategic spell, we get access to Burden of Guilt. Burden of Guilt is going to give us a spell that's actually going to deal spirit damage on the world map. And yes, we have the ability to heal on the world map, but I promise that doing damage on the world map is a lot better. And of course we don't find it on the first roll, so now we're gonna have to spend 600 mana digging for it. I mean, we could just take Inquisitor's Mark, but we don't have anything to actually use the mark right now, and while we could work on the Inquisitor, we don't have a ton of gold right now. Although, you know, if we picked up the Inquisitor with 3 turns off of that thing being burned down, that means that the Inquisitor would get researched at the same time. So then we could actually work on multiple Inquisitors at the same time off of all of these cities that we have just kind of sitting around. So you know what, Walker, you talked me into it. Let's start with the Inquisitors and see if that kind of pseudo frontline will help us out. Well, I've seen it cast the spell at least once, so I know it can do it. But it is not doing it like at a human level, or really at, I think, an acceptable level, considering that it's supposed to be a banner for a DLC culture, and it just doesn't work in autoresolve. Like, if you want new players to be able to use things, as an older player here in Age of Wonders 4, like, who plays autoresolve a lot to challenge myself, like, that's a little different. But, like, even casual players who are just coming into the game, they're going to want to click autoresolve a lot when they're new, because they're going to want to, like, you know, save time and get the game done. And if the autoresolve just does not function for some of the cultures, that's not good. Like, we can do better. We can do better. We have just enough gold to be able to build an outpost that'll be able to grab a mana node with a research post here. That, Walker, sometimes I am just ecstatic with the way that your ability to find a parking space works. My dad has this magical ability that my mom makes fun of all the time, where we'll, like, be really, really late going to wherever we're trying to go because my dad wasn't paying attention to the family leaving the house. And so then, like, he's brushing his teeth and we were supposed to leave 15 minutes ago, and she gets frustrated, I think rightfully so. But then we get to wherever it is and we have, like, 36 seconds to find a parking space, and he'll find a parking space like right outside the door of wherever it is that we're going without even worrying about it. Like, he just like matrix hacks the universe, like, every single time he's trying to find a parking space, I swear to God. All right, so they're gonna go over here and kill this this protector that we had wandering around as a pseudo scout. That's fine, I don't care. That's the price of doing business in the area with a whole bunch of bandit camps. This is annoying because now there's a bandit camp with 6 in this stack. So maybe we don't fight that bandit camp immediately and instead try to fight maybe the workshop. Because the bandit camp is still a bronze, so that means that, like, the value that you get off that wonder is a lot worse, or that infestation is a lot worse than the stuff you got off of the silvers. And there's a silver right here with basically the same strength. But we're gonna go ahead and pick up a research post. I know it's part of an infestation. I know I pretend to not be able to read English, but unfortunately for all of us here, it is just folly. It is just folly. Oh, there we go. So now Old Hollow can work on picking up another quarry here. Yeah, another quarry here. We want to get another like den ASAP, so that way we can do a little bit more transformation. And so there's one right here, and so there's some thought in my mind actually to turning this into a city, just so we can grab that as a tile immediately. But I want to get us at least 1 or 2 more turns of Imperium, so that way when we click whatever we're doing to try to solve that we can go ahead and click expanded governance whenever the city comes out of being founded. See, actually maybe one or 2 more turns there. That actually looks pretty reasonable. Okay, so you go here, and then we have 4 cities on like turn 24 or whatever. That wouldn't be bad. That would not be bad. There's an abbey here, so actually now I might want to grab a farm for a little bit of extra economic growth here on High Roost, because now we can drop in a vendor. Although, who am I kidding? We are going to work on a wizard tower here, right? Yeah, we're going to work on a wizard tower here. One of the really big bonuses to playing with Tome of Zeal is that you can just work through wizard towers really quickly, and that like spikes your Imperium economy, which of course like in turn spikes basically all of your other economies in the game. Okay, so here we got this scout, I guess, is gonna start checking out this area. That's gotta be Carissa. That's gotta be her. She can't just be like wandering around here doing nothing all game long. It's just not possible. But the chaplains are not in range to actually get into this fight against these Marauder guards here. Is anybody else close enough? Oh yeah, all right, we can get there with these heroes. Okay, yeah. I'm here for it. So this, actually, is this Protector worth attacking? Yeah, the Protector is fine. If the Protector dies, it would be pretty annoying, because now it is literally this one fight away from hitting Legendary, and having a Legendary Tier 1 shield unit to add bolstered defense into this fight against Goldwall, or even just the fight against Derelict Workshop would be really good. But if it dies, it dies. That's the way of Tier 1s. Is the way of Tier 1s. So you still got your Storm Orb. I think that makes sense against these guys. Yeah, I think that makes sense against these guys. And then we've got melee, melee, melee. All right, yeah, that should be fine. Now we do have enough mana. Actually, let's watch it. Let's watch it. Show me a summon. Show me a summon, please. AI, don't embarrass me in front of my friends. We've done so much to make you feel happy using summons, and here you're even fighting against a bunch of units with ranged weapons. You could get so much value here. It's not gonna be able to cast on the first turn, unfortunately, because we haven't taken that astral pick. And that is a good argument for, if you're trying to test this, then maybe you pick up more astral early on, so that way you can just like see how quickly you can get to casting on turn 1. But I don't know. We'll see. Are you gonna? Nope. You're just gonna cast a heal spell, bro. You're killing me, bro. You are killing me. You have access to a summon, and you're just refusing to use it. Let's see how this goes. You know, you're just gonna keep it. I mean, I can't say I'm angry that it healed the Spirit Wolf, considering that it is keeping it alive here, but adding another unit does the same thing a lot more efficiently in terms of turn orders. All right, well, yep, it does not appear as though the summons work in autoresolve, at least not right now. We'll see if that changes. We'll see if that changes, but it does seem like right now the spells are not being used at all. I don't want to jump on that fight with these guys. This brigand camp is too scary right now. They have all of their units nearby, so that's just not worth investigating. Which means our hero, or our ruler who has the experienced leader, can just go back to work on our dire penguin, I guess. Like this one, I legitimately have zero emotional investment in. That one is a Pokemon and a roguelike to me. You're just a Pokemon and a roguelike to me, kid. Oh, god damn it. We don't have the gold to add another outpost out there. Shoot. All right. Well, I guess we'll get that outpost next turn. Yeah, we're just going to have to get that outpost next turn. But outposts are just the best. If you're not sure what you're supposed to be doing in Age of Wonders 4, just get outposts. They are the best. And I guess we'll hold Fanatical Workforce until next turn. Yeah, because that's when it's going to have a good target to go. I'm so excited. We're going to get Inquisitors, everybody. We're going to get Inquisitors, and they're going to have an extra 10 HP over where they were in ye olden days. And because we're playing with Primals, then we do actually get access to... Oh, shoot. All right. Oh, God. We were close enough that we could get ambushed by that thing. Oh, Walker, you got to pay better attention to this. But at least we have so much mana that we're going to be able to resurrect this guy without an issue. But I guess we'll leave auto spells on, and we'll see if the AI can win this fight. It might be able to, because it does have the spells. We'll see if the AI uses the summons here. Use your summons, guys. You got them. Please, if you use summons here, that actually legitimately might be all we need, because we do have an advantage nominally in troop strength on this fight against these Marauder guards. But I think we're gonna need some extra units if we're gonna win it, guys. Do it. Use your summon. No, don't just walk units around. Use your summon. You've got spells on. Please. Primals, don't let me down. You got abilities, man. Actually, we might win just based off of the fact that there are berserk things in effect, and these are two supports. If you kill the legendary protector that we've been farming up all game, you know, then that's what you do. But I'd prefer it if you didn't, because it would be pretty helpful. Bro, are you legit here? Are you crazy? The AI is just trolling me now, not casting a single spell, the single summon. But it looks like here the AI probably is gonna win this anyway. Yeah, it looks like the AI is gonna win this anyway. That stack really had absolutely no frontline threat, so I'm not surprised. But good lord, Triumph. When you release a DLC, please for the people who play this game for 20 hours as well as for the people who play this game for 2,000 hours, make sure that the AI works for autoresolve for the banner abilities. I don't want to watch an entire episode of me streaming in single player where like we don't see a single summon happen. But if that's what happens, then that is what happens, and that is just an unfortunate consequence of the way the AI works. Okay, so let's take that was really sick though. That was a really sick fight for the autoresolve to just be able to stomp people there though. That was pretty fun. I guess we take Frost Evoker now, because at least we do have Magecraft and Arcane Strength, so now we have like a pretty good opportunity to actually freeze. I don't like Frost Evoker without some things that shred or ignore status resistance, because that's not where you want to be. But with those two already on the books, then I feel pretty good about it. All right, so ruler go here. I guess we'll bring Spirit Wolf here. And do we want to bring one chaplain? Yeah, I think we want to bring one chaplain. I guess I'll bring the lower level chaplain right now just to concentrate XP right there on that guy. And then we'll bring the Primal Charger onto this fight. This one I'm not going to watch because I'm not going to leave mana on for this. We're not going to bring you two for this, but these 5 into those 4 I don't think are going to have any real issues. And there I'm just not interested in wasting the mana. But the fight against these 5 down here will probably bring mana for. Polymorph is cool. Polymorph is actually pretty cool. This a 90% chance to turn into something into a tier 1 animal is exactly the sort of thing that interacts really favorably with having a bunch of magecraft. Bro, are you really gonna just like pretend that you can just squint your eyes and have a magecraft hero be better than a warfare hero? Is that the game that you're gonna play here, Walker? Are you gonna lie to your audience like that? Oh, you know, magecraft hero isn't bad if you have the exact right items, although it is better, I think, generally for magecraft versus warcraft to assume 0 items. That's when magecraft is the best. But it can get some good scaling. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna cast Army Heal onto these guys. I don't think we needed it, but I don't want to bring another unit into this fight unless we have to, because this stack looks like it should be able to take this stack without losses, especially if it casts a summon here, and we are going to watch it and therefore allow for mana, just because, again, I want to see if there's really any circumstances under which it's casting it. And we do still have that as our... Oh, no, we don't have it highlighted as our favorite. Does it reset favorites every single combat? If it resets favorites every single combat, then I don't really feel like we should be able to modify that in regards to auto-resolve, because, like, the fact that we are watching it with this, like, manual combat click on means it's still not exactly auto-resolve, but it's close enough. But if we have to reset the favorites every single time, then that's not really an auto-resolve function, because then you're not doing that in multiplayer. You don't do this in multiplayer. You don't watch the auto-resolves. That's just something I like to do for fun. And it does look like it's gonna... I mean, at the very least, the chaplains are doing what I was hoping that they were gonna do, which is just, like, be a lot better than the animists, because the animists are not very good right now with the problems with summoning. But I'm still kind of disappointed. Like, we have so much goddamn mana. And we really only have 3 tactical spells, and it's only casting Ancestral Harmony over and over and over again, which might mean that there is actually a logic bug in the AI that might be an issue, because that's the spell from the Primal side, and it's only casting that one over and over again. So there might be a bug there that is fixable. But yeah, this is going to be another fight without a single summon cast. But at least the chaplains make it so that our Spirit Wolf can kill everything. So primal things. Our chaplain makes it so that our Spirit Wolf can kill stuff. Yeah, primal. I guess now we actually can just take these guys now, right? Yeah, I don't see a way that these guys pressure us so much that fight isn't winnable. Although we might want to take one turn to heal on the Primal Charger first, especially because it's going to level up anyway. So yeah, let's do that. Let's get a medal before we take that fight, so that way we don't lose everything on 2 mind control guys. It'd be disappointing if the right way to play Primal is to not play Primal and just do other stuff, but at least the shell of the extra damage that's coming out here is pretty handy. That is true. Let's go ahead and put up walls. Now that Carissa's in the area, I guess we have to build walls, and I guess that means we have to build walls on Geyser Rock too. Not gonna not build walls, and I suppose that means we also have to cast Fanatical Workforce here on High Roost. At some point, we're gonna have to stop casting Fanatical Workforce and start casting other spells. But right now, one of the advantages of playing with Double Order is and not starting with the Zealots is that we haven't invested any mana on Zealots, and so all the extra mana that we had there, we invested in the units that we wanted to survive. And by and large, they did survive. The only meaningful loss that I think we had early on was losing the Animist, which was annoying, but not the end of the universe, because we did get those chaplains rocking and rolling really quickly. I mean, there's no walls on this outpost, bro. if you're just building a city here, I'm gonna go interrupt it. I'm gonna raise that outpost. Yeah, just raise the outpost. We could wait for the Sinrin to turn that into a full-on city, but given that we're going to be trying to go into Goldwall, and then I guess probably just march on Sinrin right after that, just to see if we can, and if a bunch of Inquisitors or 3 Inquisitors is enough. Yeah, it's probably gonna be like 3 or 4 Inquisitors. Probably gonna be out of these 2. I'm gonna guess the Old Hollow is probably just gonna be stuck defending against these guys. But that's okay. That's okay. No, they're gonna kill our scout with their scout. I'm never gonna financially recover from this. Oh, God. 450 gold. Hit me, baby. One more time. What's in Lair of Silk? A bunch of food. So that, I guess, is gonna go to High Roost based off of where this city looks like it is. Probably. That's my guess. It looks like that's where it's gonna go. So let's go ahead and assume that. I'm gonna drop in some Inquisitors, as I said. We're probably gonna need to build a blacksmith here in order for this place to really pop off with dropping in some Inquisitors. And fortunately for us, we are at double quarry time, so we can do that. And this... Yeah, I'll drop in a library. And it looks like this city is not going to be particularly close to doing a blacksmith, because after the library, I think we are going to need to do the Arcane Institute. Well, we could potentially pretend like we're going to get value out of dropping an Inquisitor there. I think I'm just going to go ahead and assume that adding in a Protector, because that's going to be faster, is going to actually pay off better for us. Oh, shoot, right. Can we resurrect you now? Why can't we? God damn it. Are we not allowed to resurrect these guys? We have to actually literally have souls in order to resurrect them. That might be the case. That's really unfortunate if that is the case, because it certainly seems to be behaving that way. But it would be clutch here. I'm so used to playing with necromancy in terms of interacting with those dead guys that like I don't and like usually there's free cities, so like you don't usually have to interact with recruiting a guy from not a free city like this. Let's see. I guess we could hold out for adaptive research, but we probably need a signature skill on our ruler in order for that to be at any reasonable pace, and we currently do not have that. High Roost. What could we get out of High Roost? I guess we could get a granary now. Or we could just go for the city that we identified. You know what? Actually, let's just go for the city here. So we're going to say this found as a city of spiritual brutes. It says that we're going over our city cap, and we will begin the next turn over our city cap. But because we're getting 75 Imperium, as soon as the turn ticks over, we're going to be able to click Expanded Governance, and then we'll be able to have an extra city sort of like one turn earlier by just taking into account the amount of Imperium that we're going to be gaining. And given that we're adding another city, and they do add a lot in terms of cost, maybe we pick up a vendor here as a 1x. Yeah, all right, we'll grab one vendor. We're gonna want to get another population and the ability to drop a circle of zealotry right here or something like that, because the circles of zealotry are fantastic when it comes to scaling up your military. The ability to deploy a lot closer to your enemy, like shaving off 1 or 2 turns in terms of just like walking around and redeployment, is really impactful. Burden of Guilt, yeah, that's what we're looking for. Anything that we can do on the strategic layer to make some of these fights a little easier. And now we are close enough that we can go to Lair of Silk before we go to the Marauder Guard here. And honestly, the Lair of Silk is probably easier because there's 2 mind control guys here. So like this can be pretty random. And this is another one of these cases where this might be the perfect opportunity for the AI to do a little bit of summoning here, right? Right, AI? You want to do some summoning into this fight, don't you? Wouldn't you feel fantastic if you just do a little bit of summoning? Come on, guy. We're not going to set fire to the webbing around us. Right? I mean, I guess we have higher tier units than we're going to be fighting in this, but I guess probably it's not worth it. So yeah, let's watch this fight. Let's see if the AI finally decides that this is a combat worth using a summon on. If we go out through the entire day with all of this extra mana watching these fights without any summons, I'm probably gonna submit a bug report, because especially if it's like consistently casting its own cultural spell over and over again, because that legitimately might be a bug. And I don't want to like discount the culture if it's being held back by a bug, but there are some bugs that have been like persistent in Age of Wonders 4, like the double summon bug, where like you can create this pretty easily by just using Tome of Cryomancy and Barbarian. The warriors will very frequently use Shield Bash on units that are already stunned, and so like that's not ideal. And that has been around for a little while, so I'm not sure if this is something where like Triumph feels that there's a meaningful reason to try to solve it or not. But hey, you know, at least the core of good units that the AI can understand, like chaplains, seems to work pretty well. Okay, that's not a double stun bug, but that was just the Spirit Wolf like wandering over and just slaughtering. But that's okay. Here, this fight is actually going to be really clean for us because of the Berserk actually applying better on the enemy side than on ours. So if the AI doesn't cast any spells in this fight, I guess I can't be mad. If they spend 0 casting points, nope, they just cast another thing instead of a summon. All right. Well, you know, I guess the power of Tome of Faith at least is being interesting here. Like, I don't know how crucial it was to the early game development for us. I hope that the bug with starting with Wrath of the Faithful, if it is a bug, is something that is resolved. But because the AI hasn't cast that spell at all so far in combat, I guess it doesn't really matter. So now we can just get a bunch of money. I think that's fine. Getting a bunch of gold now is pretty good. And that's turning into a city, so there's going to be an easy way to exploit that layer of silk. And we are yet now crazy high level. 10 and 8 is going to make us a lot stronger against Sinrin than we were last time. Let's see. We have a mass rejuvenation in this stack, so this stack is essentially still effectively at full HP. So I guess we'll go in here. Yeah, I guess we'll go in there. And I'm going to go ahead and bring the extra Animist and the Dire Penguin into this fight. Even with the Berserk effect in effect here, just because there are 2 mind control effects here, you have to respect that. They're not great for you in auto-resolve, in the sense that like you don't want to be doing a bunch of mind controls and denying yourself access to mana or experience points. That was something that kind of went pretty badly for us on one of the attempts yesterday, so we just got like oops all seduce, and that's really not good. But here we are attacking into mind controllers, and when you're attacking into mind controllers, you need to be really careful. I actually legitimately might take resistance 1 for exactly that reason, because now it's unlikely that the AI is going to attempt to mind control Brady the Protector, but if they were to, it would be pretty bad. And now we even have an opportunity to replace the Zeal ring and move it over to the other hero, which if the other hero is just like consistently using the Storm Orb, then I guess that's okay. So sure, yeah, we'll unequip this Zeal ring, and then I guess I'm gonna start on an item forge after this vendor, so that way we can make a gun for our ruler. Now I suppose is where the pistol is gonna go. Yeah, I think that's where it's gonna go. So let's drop in a Forester right here. That is really close to the front. So actually that is probably going to be where we drop in the Circle of Zealotry. You know what? I'm going to actually put the Circle of Zealotry there, and I'm going to push the circle to the front, so that way we get the extra draft to push out the Inquisitor, and that'll let us move this to be the deployment zone, so that way we can get the Inquisitor, like, maybe 2 turns closer to the front. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. All right, so here I guess we'll reposition you after we see how many of these units survive this fight with the nymph. But we're gonna watch this one again. We're just gonna keep watching these fights that I think are remotely close, so that way we can just keep the count going. All right. This one, at least now we have Distracting Whispers. That's also kind of like a dangerous thing to attack into. When it comes to Age of Wonders 4 in multiplayer, I would encourage you to play against people who are honorable, because there are some things that you can do on the strategic layer to like break the game in your favor. For instance, oh my god, why'd you heal for 1 HP when there are units here with 20 HP to heal? Oh my god, AI. But the magic materials, when you fight on them, this is an effect of fighting on this magic material. And so if you're in a manual combat against another human in a PvP scenario, what you can actually do is line yourself up so that the opponent has to attack you on a magic material, and then you're going to be a much scarier defender. The haste berries, for instance, makes your entire army hasted for the entire combat. It's really messed up. Here, the bonus of one of the attacking units getting a 90% chance of suffering distracted until the end of combat is annoying, but not like game breaking in the same way. All right, so there we saw a Wrath being used instead of just summoning a unit right here to just kill the Lightbringer in 1 round of attacks, man. Okay, AI. All right, guy. At least it's getting killed anyway, because our rulers did get, our heroes did get buff in outer space. So yeah, I like Tome of Faith here. I think it is doing exactly what we needed it to do, which was give us something to build the army around, and building it around these heroes has not been bad. Yep. Okay. Are they gonna kill our dire penguin? Did the dire penguin do its job and trade here? Maybe. If we lose the dire penguin now, we have Inquisitors coming off the press right at this moment, so a tier 2 is not important anymore. But it looks like actually the damage output might be high enough that no, the dire penguin is gonna be fine. Oh boy. All right, cool. Yeah. Order tomes go, I guess. Good. But still no summons. Still no summons. 135 food. Is there anyone close enough to go take that fight? You are close enough to go take that fight. All right. We're just gonna take like 15 fights every single turn. That's not bad. That is not bad. Oh, do we have anyone else who can move into that range to participate in that fight? Yes, we do. We have another Animist Walker. Fantastic. All right, well, we'll just keep working on the 1x Spirit Wolf. That plus the hero is our army, I suppose. And now, I guess if we're not actually going to be able to resurrect this hero, we probably want to just sell the remains and get another hero on the board. So yeah, let's sell them out. Reckless sucks, so yeah, we will take Friends Lead, right? Reckless is the displace and replace. That one's not like absolutely miserable, Reckless, but it is dangerous in auto-resolves, because any sort of displace and replace effect can end you up like really in trouble, where your AI gets units way out of position and then dead in a real hurry. And the strengthened effect is pretty good. Well, strengthened effect is pretty good. Unfortunate that we couldn't bring the level 5 hero, but I guess that saves us mana, so that way we can hopefully keep making the AI move in that direction. And I guess I'm gonna take another farm. next to the Abbey for extra research speed, but also crucially that now we can build a tavern here in High Roost if we want it. And then because we did start with Tome of Faith, we actually do still have the we didn't research the convent, but if we need to research convent, we can, because I don't think that that's a waste of our research once we have multiple cities. It's generally better if you can do it with high, but even with some of these other cultures, it's not necessarily shameful. Oh, ooh, yeah. All right. So here we have an opportunity to just snag a Skald. The Fiends in particular, as we highlighted, I think last stream, Fiends, when you morale route them on the strategic layer by just being like way stronger, they will come to you. I like fighting the elementals, so that way you get like tons of mana for being stronger than them, but being able to bind a Skald there is sick. That is so good. Yeah, let's get some value there, baby. And you're not close enough to do anything. Oh, actually, you're not close enough to do anything, but are you... shoot. We probably should have built we definitely should have built something here on our way back down, but that's okay. We'll build this next turn. It doesn't really matter, because Silvertongue Fruit, Silvertongue Fruit on this map just like doesn't do as much. This is a universe where your units are where the free cities are like always at war. So you don't have to worry about like whispering stones as much. But if we can get the Empire Imperium, what's it called? Imperial Essence together, then that is actually pretty good. And now this outpost just straight up does nothing. So that one we can just drop. And I suppose this protector is probably just going to burn down these city ruins so that whoever is in this area can probably fish for some useful things. And we will set that as our unit deployment location for this city. So now we can get these Inquisitors to the front a lot faster. And now we're up to 85 draft locally, which is not a joke. That means that this is going to be a very consistent source of units for us, our capital. Army heal is still around. I guess we'll just queue up the fanatical workforce again. Don't waste your casting points unless... Oh, wait. Cast the fanatical workforce. Oh, that's our favorited spellbook. That's what we're seeing over there. Let me favor conjure Primal Crow. Let me see this in autoresolve once, please, AI. I'll be good, I promise. But you know, on the bright side, if we are fighting against Sinrin here, we are gonna have a lot of magical damage to throw at him. Well, I'm not fighting 12 units, but if we really can fight just 6 here, then I don't hate that. And it looks like for whatever reason, the AI is not kidding. We will be able to just fight 6 here. And that is a very easy 6 to fight. This is exactly the sort of fight where if we can summon anything at all, then the fight goes from being complicated to being insanely easy. And so maybe it's a good fight to see if the AI will behave. Skald and Animist. Do we want to bring another Animist? I guess the Animist is a lot beefier. So I'll bring a Chaplain and a Primal Charger. So that way we have like one piece of melee here at least. Man. All right. I guess we'll move the Spirit Wolf here, so that way there's something to protect Brady the Protector, and then we'll bring this Primal Charger in. And now we can do this fight, and we will turn the Dire Penguin off, so that way it's not available. You know what? Just to see if it has any effect on the AI behaviors, I'm gonna turn auto on, and then we'll click auto combat, and then we will watch it instead of doing the manual, and then click on to see if this has any effect here. So let's watch this replay and see if that helps the AI identify summons here. Thank God the Spirit Wolf didn't die in that fight. So what, like 1 HP at the end of that? That might have been a natural one, too, because we don't have any resurrection here that I'm aware of. Okay, so regeneration. So this is exactly the sort of scenario where in like a skirmish mod, you would not want to be bringing 3 mage locks like this, because most of them are not going to be able to fight in skirmish. But in an auto-resolve scenario like this, I think that having this map supporting those mage locks is not the end of the world. This is just like crazy though, because the AI could have cast like right here. Cast right here. There's so many places for you to put these summons, bro. All right, so the Spirit Wolf did get just like absolutely plowed by the entire team that turn, but that is not surprising. Let's see. Looks like the Sundered Resistance is going to be nice, and the Lightning Strike Wand is also pretty good, and that this is one thing that where the AI has gotten a lot better. The AI is good at like identifying that this unit is currently in grave distress, get it the hell out of here. I wish that the AI was also smart enough to like look in the direction of the other AI units, because like that's not that complicated. It should be able to do that. But you know, better. It's a big step in the right direction that it's actually being able to withdraw whenever the damage starts getting pretty hairy on it. Oh, summons! You're just never gonna show up in this fight at all, are you? Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, well, at least we got through that fight without losing that Spirit Wolf. It survived at 2 HP. God. Oh my goodness. And this is actually free from infestation, but this is not. So this Spirit Wolf is actually still in danger, because here these iron golems might actually come over here to try to pillage our territory, and I think that's a good enough reason to pull these guys back, just so that way if they decide to, they're not going to be pillaging like straight into our core. But we do want to add an outpost here for movement, because this can grab this tile and this tile, and then we can be really close to Gold Wall, or it can be this tile and this tile, if we get the derelict workshop out of the way. That's kind of up to the AI. If it decides to move units in a way that's favorable to us, then we get that workshop. But we don't want to take a fight into 12. That would be, even with our elemental advantage, that would be a big waste of resources, I think. Bring that hero back, so that way we can just keep working with our experienced leader here. Infestation, that's okay, that's fine. Infestations are currently not causing us any problems in the Empire, so you don't need to worry about those. Our infestations are not real. They're sort of like, they're like Skaven. They're not real. If you've heard about Skaven, don't worry about it. Like, that's some real hardcore nonsense right there. And you heard it from here first, folks. Shoot. Maybe we actually should heal with the Tome of Faith ability, army heal. I think that's actually fine, because we do have some casting points to throw around, and these armies are important. Especially that Spirit Wolf. We don't want to have that spend like 14 turns trying to heal that bad boy up. So bring those back. There's a chaplain that's working towards legend rank. Maybe that's better than the Dire Penguin? Yeah, that's probably better than the Dire Penguin. In fact, why am I saying maybe? That's definitely better than the Dire Penguin, Walker. Dire Penguins are cool, but I think we all know where they're going. Oh, shoot, we need gold. We need gold, Walker. You're out here, you pillaged a city to the ground, and now you're out of gold again. I don't know what you're doing with all of this. The mystery intensifies, but I guess we spent it on a hero. Sure, that makes sense. We needed to add another hero there. It's unfortunate that it wasn't high tier or high level, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Nothing in the city, just merchandise, because we ain't got no money. But now we do have the way to just upgrade our economy a lot by clicking expand governance. So now we're up to 4 out of 4. So that means I guess we're burning Goldwall to the ground too, because it's right here and we don't have any money and we're not quite pure evil yet. So yeah, I think your destiny was written in blood, Goldwall. Sorry, kid. Hope you realize it's nothing personal. It's just economics. All right, where's this Marauder Guard gonna go? Because I do want to remove this Derelict Workshop from the board. Okay, great. So we're just going to turn off the Spirit Wolf, so it's not even risked in this fight, and now we get those 6 units effectively for free. Yeah, let's auto it and watch. Now we're in full Science Collection mode, right? Like, I'm sure that some of this is kind of boring for us to be watching these fights over and over again, just to, like, confirm. But, like, I don't want to watch, like, 5 fights and then just say that, like, okay, N of 5, the AI just doesn't use summons. If we can say N of, like, 25, the AI does not use summons, then that actually is something that I feel confident reporting in a tier list. But just like a very, very small N is not useful in terms of what you're gonna see statistically powerful. Yeah, they are gonna go berserk and shoot themselves. That is kind of annoying. Are you gonna use any of this magic here, AI? You gonna do some cool spells? You gonna use Starblades on yourself? Are you gonna use Starblades on yourself, AI? Is that what you're gonna do? Because it kind of looks like what you're gonna do. We did turn on spells for this. You can cast spells on turn 3, AI. You really do not seem to be behaving that way, but you can do it. Oh my god. That's how they got the chaplain killed, because they just, like, ran the chaplain into a corner. Well, alright. Alright, AI. You live your best life. Let's throw this up to max speed. See if it casts any spells in this fight, actually. But yeah, that's the story of Primals. I think they got a lot of promise. I think the economy side there is definitely better than Reavers, and I definitely think that their autoresolve is a lot better than Reavers. Like, this is so far, like, not too bad in terms of what we've been losing, but it is hilariously weak to where they are in manual combat, and it is exclusively so far because they just, like, don't understand how to use their banner abilities. Yeah, the headline abilities of summons. Alright, no spells, but I guess it's important that we save the 10 mana so that we can sacrifice the champion rank chaplain. I guess if that's what it's gonna be, AI, that's what it's gonna be. Alright, here I'm gonna go ahead and just grab that layer of silk off of this outpost, so that way we have it generating Imperium for us right now, and then we can trade it back to Mother Den in the event that Mother Den grows that much. And it's right here, so actually here we can drop in a chaplain on Mother Den to replace those losses as we go on towards Goldwall. And Goldwall does have some troops to defend with, so, like, we can get some resources there. That's pretty good. Get some resources off of that fight. Do not hate it. Yeah, let's go here. And that'll still give us enough movement points to move back inside, because all of this is friendly. And I guess we'll just keep bringing the support units, because they are still an important source when it comes to putting up some growth on these guys. And now I guess we work on that Spirit Wolf. You've got a dart. Oh, you got a ranged weapon and it sucks. So we can fix you up in a jiffy here. Wilf the dart. An archer with frenzy. An archer with frenzy. Yeah, +1 status resistance, I suppose. I don't really care about the archer side of things because we can reset this guy pretty quickly if we want. So I guess I'm just gonna take a provoking mace or an arcfire halberd based off of what we see off these stacks. No larges. and 2 charge guys, and 4 things that are weak to lightning damage. But we already have lightning damage on basically everybody because of our boons. So I'm just going to go ahead and take Death Calling Axe. Or Provoking. Nah, I'm going to take Death Calling Axe. Because this just looks cool. I'm going to take Death Calling Axe because it looks cool. And because you're not my real dad, you can't tell me not to do that. So we're not going to do that. We will, yeah, let's go ahead and auto this again. And then we'll come back in and watch it again. Just, I don't know if it makes a difference to do it through manual combat. I don't think it does. But, you know, this way we don't have to wait for the AI to decide what it's actually doing in combat because the combat is done. And good heals. Yeah, this is like why I think that if you're gonna try primals in auto-resolve only or in multiplayer, that actually something like Faith isn't necessarily bad, because having access to all these buffs and heals and stuff before the fight is a big deal, and the Animist buff and heal is not nearly as impactful as you would hope. It looks like this is actually going to be a battle that is a story of the domain of mayhem, because a bunch of the AI just like tore themselves apart over there. But they are still casting spells. They're still casting spells. Please, AI, like just once for me. Show me you care. Show me you care, AI. Show me that you love summoning as much as Manuals does. Poisoned? Yeah, alright, so this is just the extra summoning that we have off of the spider. Not important. This fight looks like probably didn't need to cast anything to begin with, so it doesn't really matter that it used a different spell. It's just kind of just frustrating, that's all. But at least the clearing is very good. At least the clearing is very good. That is undeniable. That is undeniable. A big part of that was the fact that we started with 3 Bronze Ancient Wonders. I don't know how different this would be versus a Glacial Mammoth run, where we don't start with all those Bronze Ancient Wonders, but hey, you know, now at least we are going to be able to compete with the high levels of Sinrin and Carissa in very, very short order. Yeah, in very, very short order. The only thing we don't have is a full 18, but that's okay. That is a fixable problem. If we can start pillaging this entire city and then burn it to the ground, we can get a full 18 stack, including some just like random chaff that we buy rush pretty quickly. We've got the resources to do that. Mother Den, I suppose we'll grab that Stormcrow Temple, because we kind of do want to keep transforming things. Yeah. In fact, we don't just kind of want to keep transforming things. We absolutely want to keep transforming things. And we're not going to get to our gun in time, I don't think, for the Sinrin fight, so I'm just going to go ahead and take Spurto Action. Spurto Action is in that same realm of things that are like a lot better on, ooh, right, we have sick. We have shoes of speed for whoever happens to have the Death Calling Great Axe, which means Wilf can be a lot spookier as I think a fighting guy actually here. Frenzy, yeah, you know what, just reset this. We don't need the archer ability at all on Wilf. We'll just take fighting and defense and then get this guy to go to town, because the boots really are going to help when it comes to leveraging that power. Sure, I guess we'll use channel power just to see if that helps the AI a little bit more. Generally, channel power is one of those things that is fantastic in manual combats, especially if you're doing something with like skirmish and the wand of blizzards and all that jazz, because those do interact favorably. But that is definitely too complicated for the auto-resolve AI to understand right now. No. Well, you know, we do have the ability to just drop in a tavern now. But we're still not into negative just yet, so I'm not, like, super duper anxious to do that. So actually, I'm going to take a market, and then we'll drop another fanatical workforce on this city. Normally I don't like markets, but our gold economy does require an awful lot of gold. And then I think we might be starting to run out of juice for fanatical workforce, because we are going to start needing to cast Burden of Guilt and stuff like that instead. But like most of the time, once you get all of those, the core infrastructure stuff built with all of your fanatical workforce, it doesn't really matter if you're still using it on turn 45, because you got like such a big advantage early on in terms of getting stuff down. It just kind of depends on like what your map looks like. And here, what our map is going to look like, it's going to look like we need to pick up glades sooner or later, so we can actually get some summons in, because we did not start on Zeal. It's probably stronger to start on Steel on Zeal instead of Faith, because like you do get a summon, and that is really important when it comes to pushing out, especially something like this where we can just pillage a bunch of cities if we had Zealots to spare. But if Goldwall isn't in the area, we don't want to get too close to the city, because the city center is going to reinforce out to 3, so we don't want to go past the bridge here into Goldwall's territory, so that way in the event that the AI attacks into us, we don't have to fight both stacks simultaneously. But that means that we can use some of these units here to just pillage things indiscriminately in the background. Like you can pillage that. Can the penguin get anywhere useful? No. Can the charger get anywhere useful? No. So I guess everyone else is just going to move past the north here. Yeah, because 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it should not be within range if we move this direction. And I guess we're just gonna leave the Spirit Wolf here to heal for one more turn, because we don't want to use an army heal on literally one unit. That's not great value most of the time. That is not exactly what you want to do. But Sprinter's Boots is killer. 48 movement speed is fantastic for Wilf. Exactly what we want. Exactly. All right, who gets the fanatical workforce? You're already under the effects. You're not. Our capital is not. The capital needs the fanatic growth. It needs no population growth, no food. You don't need any of that stuff. You just need good fanatic workforce where we're going. All right, so yeah, that's a lot closer. I mean, it's still a bit of a walk for our Inquisitor off of High Roost, but it's not like an insanely far distance. And it's pretty quick in terms of turnaround. Only 3 turns means that we actually have an opportunity to build another one if we can find out just a little bit more gold here. I don't know about this. This is some pretty expensive stuff. I wish it would show you here when you mouse over these how expensive all these buildings are. But like anything that costs more than wait a second. Are you really not going to have all of the structures in here, Triumph? Guys, please have all the structures in there. But like the Tribunal, it's not a bad structure if you're playing as high, but like if you're not playing as high, the production cost here, because you can't boost it, generally isn't worth it. If you can get boosts on stuff, that's a pretty big deal. Whatever, we'll pick up Zealots, just so that way if we need to cast it a couple of times to bulk up a stack, then we can. They're not good, but now that they don't catastrophize your entire morale economy, they're not as dangerous as they used to be. All right, Carissa is making this fight about her now. Carissa is making this fight about her right now, actually, because she has a giant army right here. Okay, you know what? We have done enough of like fighting Sinran first that I think here, why don't we just like bring these armies back to fight Carissa? I think that could be a fun thing for us to do. Yeah, I think that could be a fun thing for us to do. Yeah, I'll go ahead and work on a shrine there in that city, because I think we can get more or less an 18 stack over there to fight her and hopefully deny her access to Old Hollow or whatever it is that she's doing over there. Can we do that on this? Like, can we burn down Goldwall on the way back? let's see where the other defensive stack here for Goldwall goes, because I think the ideal thing for us to do here would be for Carissa to just leave, but it looks like Carissa is not going to engage with that as a fantasy. So where does Goldwall's extra stack go? All right, so they come over here to auto-resolve into us. I'm going to go ahead and turn off that legendary protector, so that way it can't die and will successfully execute its pillage, because that is important. This one, I don't think we're going to turn off mana, but I don't think we're going to watch it, because I don't think there's any chance that it didn't even use any mana in that fight, because it didn't think it needed it. And I think I agree. So, now that the walls are down in Goldwall, and the army is dead, then we can kill them, and then have everybody else move back to go deal with Carissa. So let's do that. Let's have this this penguin start the fight. Bring in, I guess, you guys? And maybe like one more unit. I wouldn't hate getting a little more experience points on that Animist. Yeah, I wouldn't hate that. And because we have access to the mass rejuvenation here, I'm not gonna be worried about how to make these guys feel like they're at max HP here, because I think they're gonna be pretty close with the mass rejuvenation on the books. The biggest downside to this army is that it is oops all. It's mostly supports, but at least we have the 3 heroes here to back them up, and the dire penguin to make this fight start off cool. But yeah, let's go in here. Let's watch this one. I guess we'll watch it live and see if anything happens. It's a little spooky to not have your main army like being the one leading the attack into a city like this, but because here the enemy doesn't have walls, it doesn't really matter. Like, this is going to be pretty close to just a fight outside of a city, period, except that they're going to be able to pick off that one penguin, because the penguin's going to dive on them instead of coming back to us. But that's alright. At least we're going to get the Star Blades off. And there's a mass rejuvenation, so all of the other units will survive. And yes, the penguin is going to dive. Unfortunate that Wilf is also diving over here, but because of the access to regeneration, he's not in as low HP as he looks. But now Wilf has chosen the path of death. All right, spells. Auto-resolve. You got spells on for this baby. I know you do. I checked. I double-checked. I quadruple-checked. I quintuple-checked. You're even playing as a Wizard King. You could overchannel this turn, and you could cast 2 spells. You could cast like summon and summon, and then this hero who's out here getting pressured wouldn't die. Don't you want to do that auto-resolve? That sounds pretty cool. Well, that's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. And polymorphed into a bug is cute, but it looks like literal no spell. Literal no spell. All right, cool. AI. You're giving me heartburn. You're giving me heartburn, kid. Yeah, I'd rather the dire penguin here die than the hero. Wilf is almost certainly going to be crucial against Carissa, whereas the dire penguin is mostly just cool. I can go back and double check Ono, but I haven't counted it. Like I've got my phone out, so I haven't seen a single one off of the spells. We did see one off of the Animist. We saw one off of the Animist already, but that one I have seen multiple times, and so I know does happen. It's rare to get it off of the Animist, because the Animist does typically require multiple. I don't think the AI is finished. Dwarfs is kind of the issue. That the AI for a lot of these newer factions, it's not that the newer factions are necessarily bad. It's that the AI is not updated to like understand the way that the factions function, and so like it doesn't really know how to use summons at all in auto combat. and that is reflected in like the tier lists that I offer most of the time. Yeah. Oh no, we did see an animist summon a crow already, but we haven't. If we've seen one off of a spell, then I missed it, because the one that I saw was off of an animist. All right, you know what? Here, this is actually a perfectly reasonable opportunity for us to just drop in an Eagle Mount on Brady, so that way Brady can just be as fast as humanly possible in regards to repositioning off of this this vassal raise here. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the raise money in time for us to get everyone back to fighting Carissa, because she's going to siege this thing down in just a couple of turns. So we are not going to get the gold here for by rushing Inquisitors before fighting her. But you know, that's okay. That's okay. That's fine. That's fine, Walker. You don't need everything. You just need level 4 on that hero. So maybe we have to take the fight with the Dragon Den on the way back to dealing with Carissa. That could be fun. That could be fun. Yeah, go in here. Split everybody up the way that you do, Walker. It's good fun. Splitting all of your units up is really good fun. I strongly recommend it. It's fantastic when your units, when your turns take twice as long as everybody else's, because you're too busy doing stack organization with one unit at a time. Walker, you're the only one who enjoys that experience. I think you know that. You know, Walker, I do appreciate that. I see where they're coming from, but I think what they're overlooking, these other people, is that you're not my real dad, and I can do whatever I want to. All right, we're just gonna summon a couple of zealots to pad this army out. I think the plan for today is that we are gonna try to bring this army over and just fight Carissa. That might be the end of it for today. I'm not 100% sure if we're gonna be continuing this next week. I might put that up to vote, because I do think that so far I feel like I've demonstrated to myself that it is appropriate for primals to not be S++ tier in our tier lists, and that is something that if you only do manuals you would not notice. But I do want, regardless of what we're doing today, I do want to do Endless Space 2 tomorrow. Stone Stelly, I guess we'll just go ahead and work on the item forge now. Because if we can use it to make anything before the fight with Carissa, then that would be pretty good value. And I don't know what else we can do to necessarily start that ball rolling. I also hope Carissa doesn't just send her ruler over here, because that would be, I'd feel pretty bad about that. But if she only sends her ruler over there, then, you know, I guess we'll kill her for the trouble. Yeah, we'll take a shrine. Yeah, woodworkers workshop, whatever. That one doesn't matter. Yeah, the summons are definitely the best strengths of primals when they are getting used. It is one of the things that I think if they want these things to work better, they can, but it would require that the AI be sort of like rewritten entirely for like one effect, which it sounds like right now Triumph is not in the business of doing. Which I don't know if I even necessarily disagree. Like they have a lot of things that they need to be working on. But now we're gonna get 90 plus 75, so we'll get 140. So we will be able to work on another Inquisitor there. So yeah, maybe we'll be able to take this fight with Chris on like turn 30 or 31 or something like that. She'll probably try to burn down Old Hollow in the meantime. But let's let Carissa prove that. Carissa explains it all. Yep, she is sieging down Old Hollow. Girl, you better please don't do this, Carissa. Bring your army here. Don't just like siege down a city by yourself. You could do so much better. You can do so much better. I want to get to level 4. But I don't think that that's possible without fighting that Dragon Lair. But it looks like Carissa is going in on that Dragon Lair, or just had units in the area and then people auto-resolved on it. That's probably more likely. Yeah, that's almost certainly what happened over there. Okay, cool. So let's actually take advantage of that and just have everybody fly down here and do cool stuff. Everybody go fly over there and do cool stuff. And party, party, party in the USA. Shoot. Yeah, you can actually, do we want to, how much experience points do these guys need in order to hit their next medal? Those ones are like impossibly far away. The Skald is really close, so is the Animist. So yeah, those two definitely make sense to stick with the with our ruler, with experience leader. But this extra hero does not benefit from standing with these guys at all. And because the Skald kind of has to be there, I guess we'll put the Inquisitor in that group anyway. All right, well, you know, she's gonna break through the walls before we get down there. That is gonna be impossible for us to prevent. But I think we're gonna be able to catch poor Carissa out here, because I don't think she's gonna have enough army strength in the area to actually stop us. Because it looks like all her guys have just like wandered off. Carissa, where did you take these units? Where are you going? This is still our, yes, that is still our unit deployment. Good, good, good. Yeah, whatever. Like more Zealots are not an insanely powerful unit because they don't evolve, but they are really good at just doing damage, and into a fight where we're just trying to take out either a Dragon Slayer or an enemy ruler, then that's not a bad spot to be in. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Another Inquisitor is online. Oh, baby. And, you know what, I'm going to research Inquisitor's Mark. That is actually, like, really, really good. In the event that we were trying to take this the long way, which, I'm gonna put that to vote. I think that this could be fun to try to finish out, but it is going to be really slow, just by virtue of the way that Primals seems to be approaching this game, which is not using any of its own abilities at all. That's a little frustrating, but putting up an outpost wall here is gonna make it so that in the event that we wanted to take the game longer, that this would be a great location to protect ourselves against Chaplasaur and Sinren. Carissa, are you gonna bring an army up? I want to be able to auto you with like a cool fighting, but if it's just you, then I don't know if we're gonna get a cool fighting. Let's fighting love. I don't know, man. I guess the dragon is still there, and we do still have like large damage against large targets. Do we have the Imperium? Yeah, I guess we have the Imperium to do that. And I suppose we'll pick up career soldiers here too. I don't hate career soldiers, actually. So generally speaking, like, that I don't think is worth investing too much time into your own units, but because we are working on like actually genuinely good units that are gonna look pretty scary once they get enough experience points on them, I think it's okay. Not that these guys benefit from this, but like anything that you can level up faster with the career soldiers, like the ancestral wardens, are really good. And then Inquisitors can like take advantage of the space created by the ancestral wardens to kill big units with stuns and stuff. Alright, bruh. If we're gonna take this dragon down, I think we're gonna take this dragon down. The chaplain there can't get within range, but this new chaplain can. Oh shoot, could that chaplain actually get in range if we had remembered to use the road building? Maybe, actually. Yeah, it looks like it can. And now we can do road building off of Inquisitor to here to bring that chaplain in. Okay, good. And now this chaplain can come here to support you. And the whole stack actually can just dive on the Dragon's Lair, which, thank goodness that I decided to do that without scouting. Thank goodness that I decided to do that in the most irresponsible way humanly possible. But, you know, we got enough units here that this is exactly the sort of fight that in the event that the AI is willing and able to allow us to use the strength of the faction for itself then this is exactly the fight where you want to use it. This is a huge fight AI. There's tons of units on both sides. You know you love using summons here. You know you love using summons here. Like, your mom even told me that you love using summons here. I don't think we can afford to wait until next turn to try to do Burden of Guilt, because I want to see if this fight can do it all on the strength of those spells alone. And so far, Carissa doesn't have anybody else actually over there threatening that city. So we're gonna need something to happen in that fight for that one to be interesting to watch. But this one is definitely gonna be interesting to watch no matter what. So let's go ahead and dive on in. But yeah, the summons are arguably the biggest strength of Primal. Marked is, I think, also arguably the biggest strength for Reavers, and then Feudal has like a lot of strength in its steadfast. Now, fortunately, fortunately, Primal actually has like a much better economy than Reavers and Feudal, and so like I don't think that they're unplayable. This has felt a lot stronger. Now, it's felt a lot stronger in the universe where we did have like way better early game because of so many Bronze Ancient Wonders around. But I would be remiss. I would be lying if I said that this doesn't feel better than what we were running with the Glacial Primal so far. But I want to see if the AI can use summons, because that really is the thing. If the Primals are not able to ever get to the point where they're using summons, then they're not going to compete with High, Industrious, and Barbarian for being best in autoresolves. Because that just means that like the AI is just not using the thing that makes the faction powerful like at all. And that's not typically what you want. It's not typically what you want. Alright, so their giant Skald bonus, yep. And now, of course, it's just going to buff everybody into outer space, but unfortunately we don't have any ways to counter the CCs. The only combat summon you've ever seen the AI using is Living Finds. That's rough. I could have sworn that I've seen them use the Astral one, but that was a long time ago. Like, I think that could be something that's worth investigating, is how does the new Astral 4 work, because that gives you access to the ethereal like transmutation now, and that does sound really cool. Yeah, alright, Dragon, go ahead, slaughter that Zealot, please do. Kill all of the Zealots. Those guys are 100% disposable. But yeah, if the AI is not using any summons at all, then I'm not surprised that that Primals are not participating in multiplayer communities like as much as you'd expect, because that's supposed to be the tent pole of the faction. And if the AI doesn't know how to use it, then the AI probably needs to be updated. Alright, so now we're out of all of those like really nasty frozen effects, but unfortunately what we just got to see here is one of the downsides to putting Restore on a lot of units. That was a perfect opportunity for Gloriana the Restrained to run in and flank these Tyrant Knights and maybe even remove a model, and instead of doing that, it just used a Restore on a hero for like a little bit of HP. So be aware whenever you're leveling up your heroes that like getting support abilities is good. It is good. I don't want to discourage people from doing that, but it's dangerous and it has some serious downsides where like in the event that you have too many of those sorts of effects, that your heroes just don't do anything in combat. Looks like this one Wilf might die in this fight, but we do have enough mana to res, so that one shouldn't be a problem. It's unfortunate that we're losing so much of our chaff, though. If we were to be taking a big fight against an entire army out of Carissa, then that would be pretty annoying. But it looks like her army is elsewhere doing nonsense. Go, do it, Inquisitor. Tear that White Wolf apart. Looks like not gonna be able to take down the tier 5 or either of the tier 4s here in that round. That's rough. Yep, takes out Wolf. That's not surprising. But that one is fixable. But yeah, still literally no summons so far. And it spent 50 casting points. Literally 0 summons, and it's spent 50 casting points. Yeah. Alright, guy. At least you're gonna take down that dragon here. That's not a problem. And the Inquisitor is holding on in that fight against the White Wolf. Dragon goes into freeze, but fails on our ruler. So we should be able to pick that one off. Oh, they're gonna kill the Inquisitor. That's annoying, but we got another one, like, literally right next turn. And then the other one on our capital should be out next the turn after that. But yeah, like, this fight was going to be difficult either way for the auto-resolve, but like in the event that it had just used any of its summons to disrupt the White Witches, I think it could have been a little easier for them. They wouldn't have lost all of the chaff, the unimportant pieces, except I guess we did lose actually a couple of we lost the chaplains there. That is really annoying because those guys were almost legend rank. Still have the other chaplain, but that one was, I think that was one of the almost legend ranks. At least we have Skalds around. Whatever. Skalds make everything better. Yeah, insanity is a really fair effect. AI, you could have removed some of these models off of this Tyrant Knight a long time ago, guy. And instead you opted to restore. You coward. You coward. All right, Spirit Wolf's back here. Now they're gonna take out the Tyrant Knights. Yeah, that makes sense. Dude, just kill the models, man. You can do it. Believe in yourself. You got like real great jazz hands. Finish those guys off. There you go. There you go. So what did we lose in terms of real stuff? We lost a hero who I think we can res, an Inquisitor who we've got another one nearby, and we got a tier 3 shield. That's not bad actually, and that's a lot of gold too. And we could potentially even funnel that gold into buy rushing that Inquisitor next turn, which I think is probably worth it. I guess I'll add another chaplain then, considering that we lost a couple of our support units. Yeah. And that Animist is beaten up enough that it's going to go back to heal, but everybody else here looks like they are in good enough shape to take a fight based purely off of mass rejuvenation. You know, here's actually a clever little thing that we can do. We can do you come here to build an outpost on this tile, and then we can have our other hero go here to build an outpost on this tile. And now we've created like a lot of things to funnel troops up towards Old Hollow. So I guess I'm gonna do a couple more Zealots, and then I guess we'll see this fight with Carissa. We'll probably just put it up to a vote as to how people want to handle this for next week, because I do want to do something for our single player stream, and I'm happy to continue this if folks are interested in seeing what you can do with Primals, assuming that Primals don't actually work. But they do not actually work. I'm willing to say now that the N is large enough that pretty clearly Primals are not where they need to be in order for them to be competitive towards the top, but that's okay. Like, not everything needs to be top tier. I just think that they need to make it so that everyone has like interesting choices. That's the downside to not making sure everything is in tip-top shape. Quarry, Forester. Oh, we actually can grab another Forester to make it so that Geyser Rock could work on a Scholars Guild. But I guess, you know what? Let's drop in Wolf here and make some more progress. Finish off Carissa here. Get her off of our city. And we even have an army heal for next turn if we need it. All right. Good deal. Good deal. This is probably going to be here to there as a research post, and then here to there as a mine is my guess. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me in terms of maximizing our movement speed vis-a-vis Carissa. Yeah, that looks pretty reasonable. If we can just get that gold wall the gold wall pillage through, then that is actually huge. The gold wall pillage would be outrageous amounts of gold. All right, Old Hollow. How long are you gonna be like being integrated over there? Are you gonna tell us how long until you die? Or are you just gonna keep it a secret to yourself? I think you're just gonna keep it a secret to yourself, aren't you? Yeah, that's what it looks like. All right, let's go to the city ruins and just like, I guess we'll start dismantling those ruins right here, and moving back down. Yeah, moving back down. And then we'll pick Carissa off next turn, and then I guess that's probably gonna be it for today, unless anyone has anything else that they like want to experiment with here, just to see if we can get anything to affect the AI behaviors. I guess you know what, I'm gonna cast an Inquisitor's Mark. Like, that's fine. You don't need Inquisitor's Mark, Walker. You're about to take a fight and then probably pause this campaign until tomorrow or next week. But, you know, I like Inquisitor's Mark. I think it's a cool effect for people to have access to, especially if you're playing with elephants, because the ability for Glade Runners to act as really powerful debuffing support units is important, I think, here for this build. You wouldn't really be using Glade Runners as a source of damage without access to winds or high or anything like that, but the damage output for Glade Runners being able to support everybody else by shredding defense with a marked, and then also just putting tons of attacks down with Inquisitors mark is I think pretty good. I think that's pretty good. All right, whatever, it doesn't matter, Walker. Just build some stuff. Just build some stuff. Go drive off Carissa. High five your friends. And play air guitar. That sounds like a plan. That sounds like a plan. I'm gonna go play some air guitar. And Carissa's not even in range to fight us this turn, bro. Bro. Yeah, girl. What are you doing all the way over here? There's your army, but like your guy is here. All right. I guess what we'll do is we'll pick off Carissa, and then we'll actually still have this big auto resolve against her main army, just to see if they do a little better in that big fight. Given that they didn't do anything in the dragon fight, I'm not so sure. But you know, fighting against an enemy empire is different from fighting against the map, and so it's conceivable that the AI will behave a little differently. And here it's going to be the same thing, where we don't want to just send like absolutely nobody in on the attack stack into Old Hollow at the front, because then your AI will get very, very angry. Yeah, very, very angry if you try to do that. Throw another Inquisitor over there. You go in on Carissa herself. I'm just gonna auto this. I don't think it's likely we're gonna see any use here of a mana. Nah, absolutely no mana. So that's okay. And I you know, whatever. We'll add the nature tenders. Sure. we'll add nature tenders, whatever. Is there anyone we can actually cast army heal on? Yeah, there are a couple of units we can cast army heal on. You and you. Yeah, that's fine. Army heal, go. Oh man, we even had Inquisitor's Mark for that fight and we didn't even use it. All right, whatever. We can cast Inquisitor's Mark, and now we have a couple of casting slots for dropping in a couple of Zealots for beefing this line out just a little bit. And I guess I'm gonna add a Protector for the same reason. Yeah, I'm gonna add a Protector for the same reason. Get some extra units over there, Walker. You'll feel real great. You'll feel really great. Inquisitor, Palisade walls on our outpost. Yep, that's fine. Merchandise is okay. Mother Den can annex, I guess, this as a Forester? Yeah, that is a Forester. That seems okay. Oh, Sinrin, that butthead, he stepped on the city while we were pillaging it. Oh my god, on the last turn, too. Ugh. Ugh. Well, alright, whatever, man. You do you, I suppose. But I am going to groan audibly at you, and I hope that you feel bad about that, Sinrin. I hope you think about the things that you've done. And then we'll get, I guess, a medal on that Zealot. Sure, yeah, a medal on that Zealot. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. And I guess if this army is going to be close enough that we have to fight it next turn, then I'm going to go ahead and start on a Burden of Guilt, because I think Carissa might legitimately just dive here. At which point we'll be fighting with like 13 or 14 units into 13 or 14 units. And that sounds fair. That sounds like a fun, fair, big final fight for testing out Primals. I hope that somebody from Triumph watches this, or that somebody from Triumph like goes through and actually watches autoresolve to see like what sort of things the AI actually is using right now, and that like when multiplayer people are complaining about things, that we're not just complaining about things, there's like science to back this up. There's evil science here that will show you the way. But you know, I will say that I am impressed here with Order specifically for the purposes of Primal. This has been pretty effective. This Chaplain, are you within range to participate in this fight in any dimension? In outer space, Walker? How about in outer space? No. Alright, so this Chaplain's not going to be able to get in on that fight. But we can buy out this Protector here, right? Yeah, we can buy out the Protector. And move you down. And the Inquisitor, I guess, is going to stand here. And this outpost doesn't have walls on it, so, like, we can't lock ourselves by accidentally standing on the outpost, and then we can't actually have anyone attack out of it. But be aware that that is a problem. And so, like, you do want to be careful as to where you position your units in regards to things that have walls. If something has walls in Age of Wonders 4, then units that are in that walled structure, but not under siege, cannot reinforce out of it. Against other enemies on the map, which just seems like kind of weird, but you know, like there are weirder things in Age of Wonders 4 for sure. But do be aware of that, because it does mean that if you're not careful in regards to your positioning, that you can get in a lot of trouble really quickly. All right, so this actually looks exactly like a fun little effectively a skirmish tier fight, except for the fact that they have access to a warbreed. Except for the one thing where they have access to a warbreed, this army here out of Carissa looks pretty fun. I think probably the AI is going to lose, given that they aren't going to be able to use the thing that makes Primals good. But that's okay. Like we'll probably do what we did last time, where we just like let the AI not understand how to use the faction, and then come in and clean up the business towards the end here. I guess we'll put one animist in this big stack with these guys, so that way we actually are using our experienced leader here. And I'll take a cloak, I suppose. And a heavy power cleaver? Do we want a heavy power cleaver? Or do we want a charge strike? We're already doing extra damage against giant units, which is actually a really neat thing for us. And I don't even hate a Deathclawing Great Axe here. Yeah, actually, I'm okay with that. I think we'll run that over the heavy power cleaver, just so we have another unit that is not potentially having large target problems. Not that Barbarian is like traditionally great at exploiting large target problems, but I think it's done for the you do it for the vine here. You do it for the vine. So let's go ahead and watch this this big manual combat, see what it does. If the AI decides to cast for the first time in this campaign. And you know, if the autoresolve just surprises us and actually is successful in this combat, that would be pretty cool. Because I still haven't seen like Primals be fantastic in the format that we're playing, but like sometimes they are pretty good when they actually get good value out of the action economy. It's just a question of can you make your AI understand the way? Can you know the way? Yeah, that looks like they're gonna use those war breeds to go ahead and mulch someone, which is not ideal. But if they position them badly, then I think we can take advantage. Yeah, like that's not great for the war breeds that the warhounds dove on the Inquisitors rather than leaving that space open for the war breeds to use. Oh, and thank God that the AI is doing these things in weird orders, that they're having their AI come over here and break defense mode. All right, cool. Yeah, they're going in on they're going all in on the Zealots. So now those war breeds, if we can get this hero to attack the Warbreed. Because the Warbreed is a large target, we should be able to do a bunch of damage to it, and because this is Carissa, she has Spawnkin on that, which means there, as you can see, there are 3 units in that stack. So those Warbreeds are very dangerous in their initial hit, but unlike normal Warbreeds who just like keep going and energize their bunny your entire army, Spawn Kid Warbreeds are a lot more fragile. They have some serious problems where they, you know, as soon as you start taking a couple of units off, their damage output just like collapses. Stunned was resisted though. That is annoying. Stun was resisted again. No status resistance dropping on our side, so it's not like we didn't earn those failed stun attempts. All right, good. The Zealots have identified that they can go ahead and just tear into the Warbreed. That's fantastic for us. And it looks like that Spirit Wolf is still just like rocking and rolling over there. What did this hero do this turn? What did Brady do this turn? I must have done something. Did you use Lightning Evocation? What did that hero do? Because it does not look like that hero used Frost Evocation, which definitely would have saved its bacon a lot better than whatever it did. Because freezing a bunch of your enemy's units is pretty important when it comes to not getting crunked. But it looks like, yeah, it looks like the autoresolve is still not going to use the spells, the summon spells, and so probably is going to lose this combat yet again. Primals aren't as bad in manual or in multiplayer, simply because like there are limits on how powerful your opponent's army is going to be by turn 30, because they don't start with Warbreeds and all that jazz. But I hope someone has learned something from this, that indeed Primals just not good, and it's not their fault. It's the AI's fault. The AI does not understand summoning. So go watch the signature skills video, because I think that one probably deserves a little more attention than it's currently getting. Sort of like how Winslet is like videos that you can, or the Ancient Wonders that you can clear for free. I think that video also deserves like a lot more respect, because that's a very, very important thing. But like a lot of people still, I don't think, understand how bad summons actually are until they watch them like this. The autoresolve is miserable with some tools. Just miserable with some tools. Are you... Well, actually, if we can get another... yeah, we still have both of those Inquisitors around, so if we can get another Warbreed off, maybe we're not dead. So we can get that thing down to just 1 out of 3, then the damage output really is just like catastrophically bad. It's already down to just 26 damage on its charge strike. But if that thing were entirely out of units, it would be probably like 18 or something like that. Okay, gonna take out the hero. Yeah, it looks like Carissa is gonna win this one in auto-resolve yet again, because it is now turn 4 and now the hero is dead and we still haven't cast any of the goddamn summons. Man. Ah, man. But that's okay. Now we know. Now we know. I think pretty much for sure that you just don't want to bring primals in manual or in multiplayer unless you're doing skirmish. It's just got irresolvable problems in regards to this auto-resolve nonsense. At least that Frozen was pretty clutch, but now we definitely can't cast any summons into this fight, because now our hero is dead. Okay, so now the level 9 is dead. Yeah, now it's gonna clean up that front, I think, pretty cleanly here. Did you guys really just like drop an AoE on yourselves? It looks like Carissa just dropped an AoE on herself. I mean, that, you know, I respect that. That is exactly the kind of gumption and insanity that this universe here in Crimson Caldera deserves. Stunned, and poison and burning removed. Okay, alright. Actually, just kill the goddamn Warbreed AI, and then I think you might actually legitimately win, but you gotta kill the goddamn Warbreed. You can't just leave this thing forever. That is not fun. Yep, take out that hero. Nah, the AI's gonna lose it. They just did not prioritize their targets correctly, but also just never used what what Primals are supposed to be good at. Fortune and Strengthened would help if this was like an actual unit, but unfortunately, that does not describe a Protector. A Protector is not an actual unit. A Protector is a loathsome unit. And yeah, the Warbreed went berserk. Oh no, it went insane and attacked its own hero, because I guess we shot it with a Skald. Oh god, did I say Carissa won this too early? I don't know. This is not going well for the few units that are remaining on either side, honestly. This is pretty bad. It looks like we might be getting morale damage from like just units being dead though, considering that everyone's at very low. Yeah, too many allies died. It's gonna get you every single time. Every single time. I'm glad that Badok has removed that from the skirmish mod. I don't think that it creates interesting combats. But yeah, it looks like I think we're gonna do a manual combat here, and then we're probably gonna call it a day on Primals. I think I've seen them enough to feel like they're not where they need to be, and that's a fixable problem. But this should be an interesting manual combat at the very least, because like pretty obviously the offensive tools on Carissa's side are there. It's just I don't think the autoresolve is going to have the way to actually use those offensive tools. But we'll find out. We will find out in short order. Just let the AI win this fight, and then we'll retry it. But like that's why Industrious and Barbarian function so well in autoresolve and multiplayer, and for that matter high. It's not just that their units are just like generically good, but they also don't have any abilities that like you kind of need to understand. That the AI is just good at using things that do stuff, and that is what Industrious and Barbarian do. They mostly just do stuff. And so having issues where like they're reliant upon, the casting of a specific spell or the use of a specific ability in a specific way, it doesn't impact those factions, because those factions are so straightforward. All right, so what do we have on this guy? We have a Summon Elemental and a Mass Rejuvenation. I don't even remember if the AI used a Summon Elemental in that fight or not, but whatever, it doesn't matter. We're gonna go ahead and just use the firebomb into that. That's good enough for me. There's no way for Wilf here to get into range, so you're just gonna move around and defend. Somebody has something here, like Mana Unchained, right? I feel like somebody has a Mana Unchained. There's a Visions of Woe. There's the Mana Unchained. I guess, yeah, let's just move some folks over to get in said Mana Unchained area of effect. I guess it's gonna be right here. That's what it looks like. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Okay, so you go here. Go here. Go here. You go here. Mana Unchained. Kaboom. And now we have a Skald for more people to like glomp onto. Actually, can we get that Skald adjacent to our ruler? No, not this turn, but we might be able to get the regeneration effect down this turn, and that's good enough. Yeah, we'll get the regeneration down. And so we'll go here, we'll throw Bless on our other wizard hero, so that way it just gets a little extra damage on that side. And we can hold the Mending Touch, because that is just going to be all healed by magic nonsense. All of that's just going to be healed by magic nonsense, Walker. All your regeneration and all your gobbledygook. You're going to get all these HPs off of this bad boy, right? Yeah, rally regeneration, and then we'll use the strengthen and fortune effect next turn on somebody who's got some damage going. So someone's gonna have an opportunity to attack somewhere over there. It's just law of large numbers, and I don't think any of the rest of those guys are in range where they can actually do an attack. So here I don't think it matters if any of the rest of these guys move anywhere, and I want to preserve those heals for next turn. So yeah, we'll just end and enter defense mode, and then we will activate the trap card of playing with primals and actually use a spell. Oh my god. I'm actually kind of curious where we're going to put the Storm Crows, though, because those are ranged attacks, and so they're not going to be quite as devastating. But they do have the flexibility to like come behind and flank some things like these guys, the Houndmasters and the like. So yeah, who attacked last turn? The Gremlin attacked last turn, but the Gremlin is not a perfect target for shredding with Urkai. I think it'll allow us to get flank shots at full range or full accuracy from here. So yeah, let's drop that in. 90, that's good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so that's a little bit of damage. We're gonna go ahead and do overchannel. I think this one is also going to involve us using either charge in with cancel defense mode or blast with a lightning strike, but I think either way these guys do need the fortune effect before they dive in on that Warbreed attack. So let's move the Skald here, let's move the Spirit Wolf here, let's move the Inquisitor here, let's move this Inquisitor here, and let's use our 2 strength and fortune. Boom. Is this in range from here? This is range 4, right? Yeah, that's in range from there. So we can still move our Inquisitor here and blast you. But that is still in defense mode. So actually we should probably smash it with Wolf first just to break the defense mode. Yeah, that's gonna be good. Boom. Okay. That is currently stunned now, actually, on that Warbreed, so we don't even have to just have everyone attack into it. But considering that we do have the lightning strike extra damage bonus, that's okay. And we could even just like light them up with this magma spirit and then use, or we just run in here, smash with our melee strike, and then spur to action on the Inquisitor. I think that's actually pretty good. So spur to action on said Inquisitor, and now Inquisitor is standing next to the Warbreed in question, so now it's going to get a triple attack. And we're going to get a lightning strike down if we move forward. And hit all 3 of those boys. Yeah, that's pretty good. Man, I would do anything for a Klondike bar. I mean, for a killing momentum. I would do anything for a killing momentum bar. Wait, can you we don't have any more movement speed on that sidewalker. I don't think you can. I don't think you can do whatever it was that you were trying to say half of a sentence of and then not the rest of it. But yeah, that's fine. Just guys go over there and do some damage. These are all very, very effective units if you support them. If you do stuff with them, then they're not too bad, but you do have to do stuff with them, AI. You can't not. That is not acceptable. This is not within zone of control for this guy, is it? Is this in defense mode? It is in defense mode. Alright, so no, we can't put the primal summon for that crow here. That's okay. That's fine. I guess we'll just have the zealot here pop the gremlin to activate their little I'm gonna dodge things tee-hee-hee ability. And now I guess we could do magic bolts and do a bunch of damage there. Because of our storm evocation ability. How much does the fire evocation do here? Like basically nothing. The lightning bolts do, I think, significantly more. Yeah. The lightning bolts do significantly more. And that's not even a max damage here on binding, right? You still one extra stack of strengthened that you can pick up. Oh. You have no extra ways to get strengthened over there, Walker. You're just being greedy. Now you're just being greedy. Alright. Put 3 Rising Fury on there. That's at least a little bit of extra damage. And so we should hopefully be able to get pick, and then boom. Yep. Rising Stormcrow Fury. Cool. Go into position, liking to stand inside the areas where you don't take extra damage. That's pretty good. How? Okay, we can just go here and take that guy out. I don't really care about leaving the Houndmasters available to take a crossbow shot. That is annoying, but it's not, I don't think, worth a resource investment from us. And then you could go here and take those guys out, and then we'd have a zealot just kind of like standing here doing nothing. But I think that's okay, because now we can do crow here, because that, wait, is this guy in, yeah, that guy is in defense mode. Is this pyromancer also in defense mode? It is. All right, all of the units are in defense mode, so I guess we have to just figure out if there's a way to just kill the warbreed here, and that's probably just cast the crow somewhere it can take a couple of attacks on it without massive accuracy penalties. Are you in defense mode? Is everybody in defense mode on Carissa's side? It looks like everyone's in defense mode on Carissa's side, so we're just gonna have to drop the crow here and just not have flanking. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, we'll just finish it off with the Magma Spirit. That's fine. And now we have a Spirit Wolf, which is at least a pretty good source of spirit damage. So the Spirit Wolf can just go over here and maul the stupid gremlins. Protector. Oh, right, we have a Protector. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, just go block the Pyromancer, whatever. Low tier shield units do low tier shield unit stuff. And like, yeah, in manual combats on this fight, on this map, you can do the thing where you just like send in one scout unit and then just like wander around the outside of combat, not engaging. Eagle mounts are pretty good on that game plan, but I do think that game plan is inherently not very interesting. And this is like the worst summon here, and I think it's still generating some pretty good value for us. Being able to do any sort of AoE is very nice in these low tier fights. Even if you only got limited options to abuse it, it's still pretty nice. There's a retaliation that we could just kill that guy. And we could just kill this guy. Yeah. All right, you know what? Actually, let's just kill a bunch of their units. You know the best strategy here, Walker, is that if you kill all of their units and they don't kill any of yours, then that's pretty good. That is pretty good. And then the second best thing is you just kill a bunch of theirs and then they kill less of yours. That's also pretty good. And that's Walker. That's We Play Games. That's the high tier, super forehead brain surgery kind of Age of Wonder 4 analysis you're gonna get here. I guess, you know, there's a lot of extra damage that could be done here if this guy were to drop in and blast a Frozen at these folks. Is this gonna kill them if they try to do that, though? I do Bolt of Judgment. Do that stun. Do that stun. Who's that trying to be bad? Yo mama. Yeah, actually, take the burning. Good, 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 good. Oh, actually, this is actually a great opportunity for us to use Tome of Faith for something. We can use Mending Touch. They said it was impossible. They said you'd never get value out of this. And there it is. We got to heal for 15 damage. We did it, everybody. The game is broken. The game is broken. We healed for 15 HP. Yeah, go ahead and shoot those dudes. That's cool. Can you kill that guy with this guy? Not in our current location, but maybe here. Yes. So there we just moved the, oh, shoot. The gremlin has multiple lives like a cat. I forgot. That's okay. We should be able to finish it off with this Animist here, right? Yeah, we should be able to finish off with the Animist. Alright, so now our Spirit Wolf can actually move through. And that means that also this guy should be able to move through and drop in a Frozen or a special Frost Evocation ability here. And that one's going to be really disgusting too, because we are going to go ahead and move our guy up a little bit with our Chaplain, so that way we can use Bless on our dude. And, yeah, I guess we'll do that. That's fine. That is fine. It's pretty good. Got a bunch of their units frozen. And those that are not frozen are either dead or insane. And that's usually where I like to be. If you can make it so that all your enemies are dead, frozen, or insane, then I think that you're gonna have a pretty good time. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, cool. Boom, boom, boom. I got you in my room. But I think those are the lyrics. I'm not actually sure. Boom, 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 boom. I think that those are the lyrics. I'm gonna lock it in, Alex. That's my final answer. I'm gonna assume that this magma spirit is just gonna die of shame. No, don't assume that, Walker. Kill the magma spirit. For the purposes of keeping morale at a reasonable place, kill the magma spirit. Yep. All right. Well, they managed to do what Primals normally do, which is have some real issues in autoresolve. Although this one is, I think, resolvable once they get it so that the AI actually cast Conjure Primal Crow, or cast Conjure anything. But once you get to that point with AI, I think that we might see Primals being okay, because the rest of their economy is not in a rough spot. It's mostly just the fact that their autoresolve doesn't work. But you can go ahead and take that condemned flank. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, sure, whatever. It is a magic origin unit, so we don't actually have to kill that one. But given that it is in the way and therefore blocking other units from being able to take attacks, if you can remove it so that more folks can filter through, not a bad thing. It is not a bad thing. Take you out. Take you almost out. Yeah, you're not gonna generate any value here. Summon. We don't need to cast you into this fight. You would never accomplish anything. No, it's much more important that we cast the heal for 10 HP spell. That one's really good. That one's really good. Yeah, just take out the Handmaster. Boom, 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 and claim victory now. All right, so yeah, that's it for today. I think so. Tomorrow we're gonna do Endless Space 2, and then like we'll see. I'll put it to poll if people actually want us to like continue with this Primal here on Crimson Caldera, or if we want to switch over to like a different thing for our single player. But you know, like I think at the very least it is an interesting faction. It does desperately need a little bit of TLC from